All right, everybody. Good morning. Sorry, a little bit late this morning. Well, I guess we're not the pre-market. The market just opened, the 9:30 open. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. So let me just make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen in both rooms. Thanks, Starkey. And in our YouTube room, I just loaded YouTube now. So hopefully somebody, maybe Pepe or somebody, will let me know if you guys can hear me. If you can't, okay, guys, give me one more. I've got some arranging to do here. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, let's see what's happening. Unfortunately, I didn't see. Well, I know the VSME is up a lot. I didn't see anything in the pre-market. I had no chance to look at anything. And of course, the market's ripping this morning. So let's see if it holds its gains. Just a quick look at the sectors. I know they're all going to be up. Well, except for XLE, more than likely. Well, not more than likely, obviously. So let me take a look at these sectors. So yeah, look at silver and NLR, et cetera, at the semis, and there's XLE right at the bottom here. Fox is buying Roku. Okay, Fox is buying Roku. Interesting. So Fox on that news is getting hit here on that news, $22 billion deal. So that's why you're talking about, look, you're not looking at Roku, of course, you're looking at Fox. Well, the key number, of course, probably is 50. Can it hold 50? Pretty key psychological number. Okay, well, not everything, but most things are ripping. So what I'm trying to do is find some. Well, look at SMR. SMR, of course, the nukes. We saw NLR was really, I think, was the second leading sector. NLR was the second leading sector. Still no volume on this ETF for uranium and nuke. Well, let's take a look at some of the halts already. Mobi was halted on the way down. JRSH was halted on the way down. QUPR halted on the way up. And yeah, wow, QUPR halted on the way up. Big move, big move. Well, we saw this one on Friday. I remember now. The problem with it is that it got up to 843 and it closed. It basically got cut in half on the where it closed. But it is ripping now, receiving FDA clearance for Metafly. Okay, there's a nice for Metafly maggots. Okay, so that's the news for CUPR. And SMR is continuing. So the nukes, as we speak anyway, the nukes are just ripping here, guys. And here's interesting. I mean, yeah. Well, here's I'm sorry. I thought I was loading something else. The RGTI. Well, if you're down right now for the day, there's something wrong with you. Well, unless you're an energy play. All right, CRMT. Just looking at some of these that won races earlier. Let's see. NIX, NIXX. NIXX. Not really. Big pullback. Cast, when I saw Cast earlier when I turned on my computer, then I had to leave. Cast. Uranium, UEC, even Nike's getting a bit of a lift this morning. William, I see you played, I think, American Airlines. Take a look at Jets. I mean, obviously, with oil prices going down, Jet should be soaring, and they are, and it is. So there's the ETF for the airline sector. Oh, my Alcoa, you did. Oh, okay. My Alcoa, I love it. Jeez, AA, come on. Oh, I see. I see. I thought you did AAL for some reason. Moby came out of its halt and on the way down still. So CUPR, not available for short sale for me. I think this is the one I couldn't trade on Friday. Maybe somebody can, with Interactive Brokers can, I think this was, they weren't letting you trade this one at Interactive Brokers, I think. The CUPR. I don't have, well, when you're talking dashboard, you're talking about what you see. This is not, I mean, technically it's not, it's just my layout, but I don't have my layout shared, but I have individual scan shared. Okay. So just give me a moment. And then you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have a layout to share, but you just have to pick and choose what you might want. Give me a moment as I get, I hope this promo code is still alive. Sorry guys, I had a sort of something I had to get done this morning and I wasn't able to check anything. I don't know what a fair value gap is, Hamdi. A fair value gap. I don't know what that means. I know I could look it up, but off the top of my head, I don't have anything. But I don't know what a fair value gap is. So, uh-oh. Oh boy, my homepage is. Let me see if I can get this link in. Okay, there's something going on with my homepage. I'm going to have to contact the gentleman who looks after my homepage. Okay, because I can't load my link. When you click on the link, yeah, okay. I'm going to have to find out what's going on. So we're going to have, sorry, I cannot help you until I get my link working. Okay, sorry about that. So Hamdi, what do you mean by a fair value gap? I mean, we have gap, but I don't know if it's fair value or not. So this is ripping now, guys. RGNT. I remember this one on Friday. Yes, I do remember this one on Friday. RGNT. Okay, this is from our AI guys, HQ. I think RGNT just got halted. Yes, it did. RGNT just got halted. Well, Fox. Yeah, no, it's that is the case. Yes, I Justin in our YouTube room. Okay, so they are aware of it, and somebody's troubleshooting it. Okay, I can't do anything until. Okay, I'm just talking to somebody in our Slack thread, or one of our devs. Okay, so just have to be patient, guys. I remember the last time this happened that my link was destroyed or broken for a while. Is that the trade of the week? Man, I didn't have a chance to look at anything. So trade of the week is rum. Okay. Well, you would think virtually everything it could be triggering. If you're not going up today, then and you're not an oil play, then something is wrong with you. Unless you're an oil play. Well, I'm not going to go to it. I'm sorry at 152. Oh, are you talking to me? I mean, I'm not. Is an ICT concept? Okay, I don't think we have it. Then I mean, I've never even. I think I have. I think somebody asked years ago something about that, but I'm not sure if we can do anything with respect to what you call a fair value gap. You understand? I can't do it now. I mean, even if I wanted to, I'm a little too busy at the beginning. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I think he sees it. Yeah, he's got a link to it. I see what you mean at 152. But I've never, we certainly don't have a filter that says fair market gap. Okay, so I can tell you that. Well, I can't check, Hamdi. Understand? I'm pretty busy right now. I cannot check I cannot look at it. Yeah, I'm just a little too busy right now. Yeah, I'm just quickly looking at it. Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have anything like that. We don't have anything like yeah. I can put him in the Slack thread and just contact one of the other traders if they've ever heard of anything or done anything like that. Okay, I've just contacted the other traders. Okay, Handy, and see if they've heard of it and they've got anything that. I mean, we do not have a filter, for that. But maybe there's some kind of a workaround. I don't know. All right. Well, the AI had a nice short on the on Fox A, actually, you're looking to bounce it. You're looking to bounce it. Well, the monthly low for Fox A is getting pretty close, 52.77. So within about a dollar of that, within about a dollar. Yeah, I read what it looked like, Hamdi, but I off the top of my head, I have nothing that I can give to you, but I've contacted the other traders at Trade Ideas to see if they've come across that before. Okay. Best I can do for you. Now I wish I had my large cap losers just to see the ones that are not other than energy plays. How's XLE doing? Well, XLE is having a bounce now, guys. So XLE is actually having a bounce. So you can pick to have your pick. You can go Fox or Fox A. I don't know which has more volume. Fox A. Fox A, 44.5 million shares, and then there's Fox with. Okay, so Fox A is the one because it's got a lot more liquidity. A lot more liquidity. If you're looking to short this one or play a bounce at some point, and it is now 48.70. Wow. So it got down below that low, that monthly low. The next monthly low is 44.35. I remember when UBXG was about a $3 stock or a $2 stock last week. Yeah. Well, $3 stock. 10.30 now. Wow. Holding company providing value-added services using AI. Okay. I do see oh shoot, I forgot to write those down. Thank you. I did write them down. I was going to transpose them to today's sheet. I forgot to, but okay, good. So SPCH. So this is what William is talking about. So I thought SPCH. But options not until tomorrow, right? I think that's what you said. Okay, so if you thought SpaceX, okay, SPCX was going to continue higher, then you could buy this one, okay? But remember this, so it's a two-timer. Good volume, pretty good volume. Spread is okay, 3-cent spread, brand new today, okay? So again, if you thought SpaceX was going to continue higher, you can buy this one and you'll get double the move. In other words, the SpaceX goes up 1%, this will go up 2%. And if you want to play it on the short side, if you thought, you know what, I think it's running out of steam or something, you can buy this one. Obviously, it's moving down. This is a way in which if SpaceX was moving down, you could buy this one. Okay. And what's the volume on this one? Not bad. I mean, considering it's just starting out. Now, so yeah, it's great. I mean, it's a great way to try to play them, now. And obviously a lot cheaper. $12 for this one. And 17 for the other one, for the long one. So yeah, it's a way to play it. Well, unless my homepage can get corrected, I won't be doing anything at 10 o'clock. Can I pop this into my YouTube? Into my YouTube? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Unusual. I mean, why would I do that? Just okay. UBXG. I have to try to figure out this one. I mean, there's still room. I mean, a ton of room on the monthly, and even on the weekly. Actually, I'm wrong. 1272. So this morning it got up to. So 1272 is the next high in the weekly chart for UBXG. Another one that's been active is the M10 MTEN. Boy, I mean, look at this one. This got up. This is the one that got up to 959 last week. Closed down here at 156, crawling back. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Oh, okay. Hmm. Well, hopefully it gets corrected. I mean, they're aware of it. Hopefully it gets corrected pretty soon. In terms of my homepage, on the plus side, I don't have to torture you guys now going over my homepage. Hey, are you talking to me? Speaking of YouTube, are the notifications from your channels broken in YouTube for anyone? Are you talking to me? I have no idea if they would be. Oh, to anyone. Okay. Okay, guys. AHMA is pull back a little bit into the VWAP. Okay, I just got an answer, Hamdi. Chris, who looks at a lot of this stuff, never heard of it and highly doubt we can do it. So sorry about that in terms of this fair gap value. All right, UBXG. Oh man, I've missed out on something, I think. Ah. What's happening right now for me? I've missed out on all these. Oh no, all these daily trend reversals. Oh my goodness. Well, just show you what I'm talking about. So here we had the alert. I'm not sure we could have got it right at 211. Okay, for RGNT. I'm not, but you know, there's 379 now. CRCG 1711, 1740. BTQ 503, 531. DX. Did this one move too? This is the only one that, while it did, got up to 361. I just was too distracted. Too bad. Makes sense, you know. I mean, virtually. That's funny, El Cruz. That is funny. Well, I'm gonna have to wait for the next one that comes in here. Hopefully, there'll be another one. This is the don't repeat version. Again, I'm sorry, guys. I just cannot. I could probably if somebody wanted a link to this, I'll pop that in to the daily trend reversals. If you do want the link for it, I can do that for you. I just got to wait and see for the next one. Okay. Now I cannot guarantee the sound alert is not on it, so just give me. But here it is: daily trend reversals. Share. So if you hear something dinging at you, okay, it's in. It's in this. It's in. Yeah, SPCH is the long version. Yes, Faith. It'll be in that link or in that. So I mean, I have a sound alert on here, but on my homepage, the sound alert, I took it off. So I don't know if in that one from my cloud, if that's the same thing. But you can always delete the sound alert. But if you do hear it'll be a beeping, like a computer beep at you. Okay. Now you will not have. The last one you'll see would be the BTQ. That's the last one that you will see. You won't see all the original ones. Oh, some fabulous alerts from that today, but it makes sense. I mean, with the market ripping, but it's not necessarily the case. Just because the market's ripping, you pick something and you think, wow, it's got a rip, and it doesn't. So, but this RGNT, I don't, at 941 at 211. Of course, it got halted. But you know what? Yeah, we could have got that definitely earlier, because it didn't get halted until 950 at 295. Serve, boy, another one, guys. Remember, this was so active a few months ago. The Serve SERV robotics play. Sort of an EV play. This is moving, and the next high looking left is 787. So is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. FISV CEO left to go to another company. Okay, FISV. Let's take a look at FISV. They did name a new president, Michael Lyons. What a day not to have been sitting at half an hour before the market opened. And Bitcoin, Bitcoin's having a day also, up $2,500. All right, for whatever reason, Velo is moving down. Velo, VELO, Velo is moving down. It's at the low of Friday, low of 2384. So it's getting close to the low of Friday, 2384. If it took that out, $23 is next in terms of the next low on a daily chart. So Velo, for whatever reason, Velo is not marching with the rest of the market. So if you've got, the movers upside versus movers downside, I mean, these are in red. These are ones that are, they're making a new low of the day, and so predominantly green, of course, but That's how you can kind of pick out something that is moving completely counter to the rest of the market. Why is SPH down? Because the stock SP. Remember what it does, Faith. It tracks. So if SPCX, the stock SPCX is moving down, so will that one. It's a two-time ETF. So if you thought SpaceX was going to move higher, then you could buy that SPCH. But if SpaceX is moving down, then so is SPCH. Whereas if you thought SPCX was going to move down a little bit more, you could buy SSPC. This is the short. This is the short. Well, when you say moving up, though, you have to look at, okay, now it is, but before, but when we were just looking at it, that was a red bar, so it was moving down a little bit. Don't look at the overall day, right? You have to look at like what's happening instantly. So yes, it's up for the day, absolutely. And so now SPCH will be moving also. If I uncheck symbol linking and I put SPCH here, it'll be virtually the same. Okay, see how it's moving up? It's moving up, yes. But if you get a red bar coming down, that'll be moving down. Yeah, that change is irrelevant. Yes, but we're talking about the individual bars. So if this is moving higher, this will move higher. But if it's going to move lower, this will move lower. Does that make sense? So again, if it's just a lot cheaper and plenty of volume. So here's one moving down, guys. I mean, you're looking for counter plays. I mean, look at Zeta. Zeta, ZETA. I mean, this is moving complete. I mean, if the market ripping like it is, I mean, this is moving down. ZETA underneath 20. Okay, here's one that just showed up. ADBG. And look at the room it's got. Man, goodness, it's got lots of room. 390, 395. Okay. I'm very interested in taking this ADBG. It just triggered the alert was at 322. Oh, it's an ETF. ETF. Oh, that's right. It's the Adobe ETF. I don't know. I mean, if Adobe, I don't know what Adobe is doing now. They had earnings, I think, on last week sometime. This is the two-time ETF for Adobe. CUPR is halted now on the way down. Pretty sure, well, I know I can't short this one, and I'm pretty sure this is one that I could not trade. Last week with Interactive Brokers, one of those ones they just prevent you from trading. 22 ATRs. Okay. LLDOS, LDOS, sorry. Well, that's the reason. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just have to save something. I just made a change to something. You know, this is it's interesting. I mean, to me anyway. I mean, you look at the market the way it's ripping here, and then anything in red here is going down for the day. It's a negative. It's a low of the day. Here's next for some reason. Oh, why? Okay, that's why. It's an energy play. That is the reason. So now look at it. So look at SPCX now, and let's take a look at SPCH. It should be. It's got to be moving down. Yeah, you see. So you understand now, Faith, what's happening. You know, SPCX is, when I say moving down, I don't mean it hasn't gone negative or anything. It's still positive for the day, but it is moving down. So is this one. Whereas SPCH, or sorry, SSPC will be moving up. So for those, if you didn't want to short SPCX, and right now there's no shorts available, I don't think anyway, but you could buy this. But remember, the minute SPCX starts moving higher, this is going to move lower. All right, I'm going to take a look at some of these ones that were in the daily trend reversal, and see if there's a decent little pullback, perhaps. Maybe the RGNT. No pullback at all for the RGNT. It's it could I'm not saying it easily test it, but there's 655, that high of 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Oops, didn't mean to put it there. Yeah, the link is still not ready yet. All right, guys. Docu, which was really, I think, after earnings, even before earnings, was sliding away, trying to recover a little bit. DOCU. All right, guys. Well, what time is it? 10:13, and no homepage, so I won't be able. I can go over this race though. I don't need my homepage to do that. And let's see if there's anything interesting happening in these races here. This is the large cap race. This is the more volatile race. You can see some of the usual suspects that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks in this. We haven't seen DFDV for a while. Yeah, this Defy. I remember. I mean, this was a crazy one a few months ago. Got up to $54. DFDV. Defy Development to host X Spaces event. Okay. I wonder if people looked at that and thought it was something to do with space. And it's, X Spaces is, well, Twitter Spaces, whatever you want to call it. I wonder if people looked at that and thought it had something to do with space. All right. Well, let me go over this race. I won't be able to direct you to the user. Well, I think the user guide is somewhere up here, though. So everything I'm talking about is in the user guide, the TI Stock Racing. Yeah, I have a feeling, Charlie, if you have Interactive brokers like I do and others, okay, there are other brokers, but with Interactive brokers, I don't think I could trade CUPR. With other brokers, though, sometimes all you have to do is ask them to sort of waive the idea of not being able to trade some of these. I know Thinkorswim, I think Obi has said that's what he had. That's what he did earlier this year. I believe IB, but I believe IB. I remember trying to trade that one last week, and it's blocked. Yes. Yeah, I just missed it. Son of a. Oh man, I just missed this one. I was trying to get it at 205, guys. We had the alert right there at $2, and would have been an awesome quick trade anyway. Oh man, was that awesome? I mean, that's a great. This is well on a day like today, you would expect this daily trend reversal to be just firing left. I just missed this one. I mean, I saw it, but I. You know what? I am now starting to get a little ticked off with IB. I mean, they won't let me trade this one either. SPPL. They're starting to get very, as you say, stubborn about this. I tried to take the SPPL. That might be a good thing I couldn't get it, but It's getting a little ridiculous. Not even sure I could have got the HUBC then. I think they're going to. Well, it depends what the type of customer that they think they're. Maybe they don't care about small cap trading, though. Well, it's not so much the restriction, Charlie. It's that they won't lift the restriction. Okay, the other brokers could have the same sort of restriction when you first try to trade, but it's a matter of contacting them via chat, according to Obi, and they basically they. When I say sign a waiver, I mean it's basically saying, okay, if you understand the risks, we'll let you do it. I mean, I'm simplifying it, and then they don't block any of them. Yeah, I think Schwab. Well, they're all. I again, is it TD and Schwab and TOS, and they're all linked, right? And so, oh, RGNT. What I like. I have. Uh, well, I should ask Monica if you're around or anybody with IB. Were you able to trade RGNT? I'm not even sure if we could. If we could trade it. Okay. Well, that doesn't make me happier. That's the trade of the day from this scan. I mean, RGNT, even if you didn't, you probably you could not have got it right at 211. Well, I couldn't trade HUBC. That warning popped up. I'm sorry. I may be wrong. I couldn't get the HUBC where I wanted it. So it's possible. Yeah, I could have traded. It was the SPPL, which actually is a good thing. It's a good thing that prevented me from getting in. I was just gonna take it, but now look at it. Look at the spread: 355, 374. So I am glad. Now I have a little message from in Slack. So maybe my homepage is fixed. No. So Schwab bought TD Ameritrade, which also owned Thinkorswim. I see. Okay, so that's the incestuous relationship between them all. Okay. So SPCX seems to have found a little range between, say, 172 and 175-ish. We're stuck in that range. Roblox is, what's happening with this one? Is there a little bit of room? Wow. So there's some room, guys. 4505 is the high. So it's right there. That's the high looking left. And then if it can take that out, 48. So there's about $3. Okay. I'm not saying it's getting there, but if it takes this high out right there, 4505, I'm going to put a price alert right around there. See if it gets back there. All right. Chris is telling me he'll be taking over in our YouTube room for me in about, at noon Eastern. All right, guys. Well, we're right at the high here. Okay. That high right there is 4505. We're at 4502 for RBLX. If we can maintain this, it's been, it's been on a nice run, but it's trying to get to that, take out that high. And if it does, $3. Not saying it's going to go $3, but all right. Look at SpaceX now, guys. It gave up that 172 area. So look at okay. So now look. Well, it may not completely match up. Well, as William said, don't look at the percentages right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, don't look at that percent. But this again, if you want to buy this one, now that's interesting. Let me do this again. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Well, and I'm just kind of watching SPCX. Can it hold 170? I mean, it's tricky. I mean, I'm trying to trade this I am trading it, not trying to. I'm trading this SSPC, but the minute I see any sort of little spike up with the other one, I'm out of it. I mean, it's tricky. No question that it's tricky. Yeah, guys, I took myself out of it, basically flat. I mean, it's tricky right now. I think it's going to be excellent to look at these maybe a couple of days from now when things more settle down. We may get some less exuberance and people wanting to still hold this SPCX, or it might go to 200. So I've taken myself out flat on the SSBC. Even some of these ones on the short side from this scan. I'm just looking at, okay, here's CMTL, okay, CMTL, um, alert at 389, 340 now. Let's take a look at ELTX. I don't know if this was shortable for me. No, I could not short this one. Not easily anyway. So 380, so it really hasn't moved. And then the ASYS 2281, what did it get down to? I mean, it got down to 2213 before it had the pop. So even on the short side, there were some opportunities in the trend reversal scan, daily trend reversal scan. I think 170 is a pretty key area for SPCX. This whole number area. It's underneath the VWAP now. I'm going to put a price alert right around 169.83. See if it takes out 170, because that could cause it to drift down a little further. All right, HQ just over the whole number, 1410. Not bad either, guys. I mean, look, kind of consolidation, a little pop on consolidation. This is it's a quant play. Looks like an IPO from a few months ago. High last month was 1462. The high here is 1465. So there's a little bit of room for it to move. And that's the HQ. When I say a little bit of room to move until it hits that next high. Doesn't mean that next high is going to stop it, but it could. Take a look at the sectors now, guys. And silver is still leading the charge here. SMH, NLR, everything's up except, of course, the energy stocks, XLE, OIH, even healthcare. Healthcare is not strong. Consumer staples and trucking. These are the negative sectors right now. Well, okay. SpaceX is testing 170 now, guys. Should have, well, of course, I should have held my short on that on the SSBC, but let's see if SpaceX really takes out 170. I think if it takes out 170, could get a couple points down anyway, and that's the SBCX. It's sitting at right at 170.52 right now. Iridium is another one that's down for the day, guys. I mean, these are just counter to what the whole market's doing. Again, the space stocks, unless you are SpaceX, because I don't see the rest. Okay, let me take a look at Lunar as an example. LUNR. All right, guys. Well, it's underneath 170 now. One SpaceX. Barely. Anyway, I wanted to take a look at Lunar. Yeah, so the rest of these space, the ones that were flying ahead of the IPO, to me anyway, they're not doing that well. Just watching this SpaceX, guys, I just want to see if it can really get below 170. It's just sort of flirting with that 170 level. Yeah, RGNT is, you're right. Testing. Well, it tested it, came and it pulled back a bit. RGNT tested it, pulled back. Okay, SpaceX, I really want you to break down through 170 in a big way, but it may not. I'm going to put another price alert in the 169.77 mark area. One moment. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, this is quite the problem we've got with my homepage. I don't know. There might be other links broken in our website too. That's not on my. It's not on the website, my homepage. But all right, for those of you who like the really cheap ones, guys, is ZNB over the VWAP. Okay, where did it come from this morning? It came from 90 cents. On Friday, it was down at 87 cents. Closed at 90 cents, just over the whole number. And there's room. I mean, at 142 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get there, but the longer it holds over this $1 mark, what do they do? Entertainment technology company. Okay. ZNB started trading. Yeah, there's no way this hit 400. This has done a bunch of reverse splits. This is a reverse split adjusted. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this. The longer it holds over one for the ZNB. Okay, now GLXG just showed up in that scan. And this one, of course, had a huge day on Thursday, but pulled all the way back, got up to what, 481, but closed down at 2. I'm waiting to see if it can, and it's right at the VWAP now. Again, just because I got the alert doesn't mean I'm going to just pile into the trade, but it looks got a little over 2. All right, a little bit of a move here, guys. And they let me trade it. They let me trade it. Hallelujah. I'm going to take some off. I mean, it's gone super parabolic. I just had to do one though, guys. Okay. And again, what I'm talking about is the GLXG right from this. Okay. And I waited for it to get a little over 203, in fact. And I said, you've got to do it. Am I long? Yes. Yes. Well, I can't, I don't even think I could short this one. I'm just stunned they allowed me to trade it. Wow. Excellent. Look at this. This is the day for this scan, guys. I mean, there's no question. I mean, a daily trend reversal when the market's ripping like this. I mean, we don't get days like this too often. So, that is the day for this scan. I think it's going to get halted. I think it's going to get halted. Well, maybe not. And here's the high, of course. Yesterday or Friday's high, 474. So that's what made it super, super attractive. So again, I don't mind going into here, and if you want that scan, unfortunately, I can't go to my home page yet, but here it is. And you may have a sound alert on it, okay? And the sound alert will be like a computer beep or a computer sound, okay? And this is the repeating version. You'll see it over and over again as it makes a new high. This is the don't repeat version. So I see it the first. And why I like this, of course, I like to be able to see the first time we had the alert. This is awesome. This is great. This could be the best one in terms of a percentage move. No, the RGNT is still going to be the best one. The reason why these are actually kind of nice at the beginning is because they haven't gone terribly parabolic yet. This one, you could argue that, I mean, it's already was parabolic, but I said, you know what? I don't care. I'm taking it. But it, got through the VWAP. But at the beginning of the day, yes, Kishore, here it is. At the beginning of the day, they may have a few candles up, but not like this. Is it at the 200? Yes, it is. You're right. It's at the 200-day moving average. You're absolutely right. They would be in my homepage, but unfortunately, I cannot. My homepage link is broken today, Ben. But I can give you this link. Yeah, I'm in. Am I still in it? Yes. Yes. I took some out right around right around here, and now I'm just holding on. If it gets back down, the 200-day moving average is 274. If it gets down to like 265, I'm out. But you guys, if you're in this one, you have to manage to trade on your own. Don't have to, just because I see something doesn't mean it's going to happen. I thought maybe this would block it, but so far, well, that's on the 15. Excuse me. Oh, I'm so happy. On a day like today, you have to take advantage of these trend reversals. Okay, guys, I've taken most off now, okay? Because it's got back up through 3. The minute it started getting down through 3, I'm thinking, and then of course the 200-day moving average is right there. So pretty quick trade. They're not expected to just keep ripping and ripping and ripping. Ideally it would have got closer to 477, but on a percentage move, yes, I'm very happy with that trade, Monica. It may keep going. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. So I don't have much left of it. Okay, it was just, oh boy, it is popping through. I took most off the minute it broke down through 3 and then challenged that. It looked like it was going to challenge the what? The 200-day moving average. Now, if it breaks down through 3 again, I'm out of it completely. Understand though, guys, you have to manage the trade the way you would manage a trade. I look at things maybe differently. Well, it wasn't so much, it was that I missed all these ones, unusual, that were just awesome. Okay. So when I saw this one, the only thing that was holding me back was already moved, but it was over the VWAP, and and it had a ton of room, and it was over $2. So that kind of swayed me, even though it was already what I would call, too parabolic. Now, remember, that bar had not formed. It was just these smaller ones. Whereas when you look at RGNT, let's take a look at the beginning. I mean, it was getting a little bit crazy, but not really. I mean, here's where it started at 170, and we had the alert at 211. So it's not like there were a bunch of green bars in a row when we got that alert. It was just sort of starting out, if that makes sense. And I'm probably that's why I think the earlier the better. If I'm making sense to you guys. And look at the pullback now for RGNT. I mean, it's way below the VWAP now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So yeah, as I said, if it broke down through 3 again, I'm out. So I'm out completely. Maybe something to look at later on if it gets over 3, I suppose. But right now, I am out completely. Another one earlier, it didn't take off immediately, but look at the DXST at 940. That's the time. And at 3 o'clock, $3. And it was just over, you wait for the break of the VWAP, but it was a little bit choppy early. But so, you can use this like a watch list. Okay. Use it like a watch list. Sometimes they may set up later on also. This is WDS as a short. WDS as a short. So this is an energy play, of course, and the next low looking left. So 21 is the whole number, of course. Might struggle to get through that. Looking at a daily and a monthly, I cannot see any, or a weekly, I cannot see anything. So what's the low there is 2105. So it's basically there. The next low on a monthly chart is way down there at 17. So boy, oh boy, if this ever took out 21, not saying this, it's going to get down to 17, but we're in the right sector if you're looking to short, unless we think that, XLE is going to bounce. I know it bounced a little earlier. Well, it's still bouncing. It's interesting. XLE is still, remember seeing this, but it pulled back. So it's not like all energy plays then. I mean, some of the energy plays are obviously bouncing. So why don't I do this? Go into, click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. And go to our sector status channel. And let's see what's happening with some of these energy stocks. So here is energy, 100%. Well, GLXG back over 3. I have no more left, but if you have some left, who knows? Maybe it'll challenge again the high of the day, and maybe that 470 mark of a few days ago. So here is every single stock. Every single stock is down. Some are down more than others, of course. There's VLO down 5.7%. APA 4.8%. So this is the best stock, okay? Best stock in the energy sector in terms of it's not down the most. It's almost flat. But as VLO as an example, yeah, I mean you can see VLO has moved with XLE. So let's take a look at the sectors. We saw this before. This is my top list with some of the major sectors. SLV, silver, right at the top. NLR. See if there's any volume yet. Still, I wonder why there's just no interest. I mean, uranium and nuclear, the ETF, there's just usually just no interest. I mean, the spread it's expensive too. Anyway, and the worst one obviously is still XLE, but it is recovered. XLE has recovered from the bottom here. And just look at that 15-minute chart. Now you can take a look at the individual sectors. Now, interesting. Look at this: consumer staples. Consumer staples. 55% of the stocks that make up consumer staples are down. So this sector is running counter to what the whole market is doing. So are communications. So are healthcare. So it's not like every sector is ripping. So you look at consumer staples. The top stock in consumer staples is Dollar General, DG, but more I do go down here, and BG, is that Bungie? Bungie is the worst one, down 4%. So that's what you can do. You can kind of take a look at the individual sectors, check out to see what the best performing stock is in a sector versus the worst performing stock, and you might figure out a way to trade them. It's interesting. I would have thought there'd be more very close. Again, that 70%. That means that 70% of the stocks that make up industrials are up from Friday's close, but 30% are down. What's the worst one? ODFL, isn't that some kind of a freight? Yeah. Now you can also do the sort on the change from the open, which might give you a very different look. So here's PC. Now let's take a look at the change from the open. Yeah, same. So the freight, there's another freight company, JBHT and ODFL. A couple of the freight companies are down. So this is a way, guys. I'm just showing, pointing this out to you. Some of you might look at this maybe you're looking at this for the first time, or I know I go over this, try to every day, but you might be looking at this and going, you know what? This is a great way to use trade ideas. Just come to this channel every single day, see what the top sector is, the worst sector is, go into some of the, and then dive into some of the sectors that we've got here. Check out to see what the top stock is versus the weakest stock, and find a way to trade them. I don't mean you have to look at every single sector, but you might want to take a couple every day and just figure out a way to trade the top ones and the bottom ones. It's an idea, that's all. And again, that's in the sector status channel. It's a sector status channel. Well, it looks like SpaceX is just too darn strong to try to predict a bit of a drop right now, for me anyway. That 170 was breached a little bit, but not much. And then so that 170 level kind of held. No, again, typically you don't get too many later on in the day in this one. Okay. I mean, when the reversal happens, it usually happens, fairly early in the day, in the first hour. But look at all the ones that happen right at now. Now, this is up to you. Okay. I put a delay on this of 10 minutes. I don't mean we're getting real time alerts, but I don't want to see any alerts between 9:30 and 9:40. The reason being is that stocks can go up and down pretty quickly. And so I have delayed my first alert until 9:40. You don't have to do the same thing. So if you want to know how to take that off, just let me know. Because I guarantee you will see some right at 9:30, but you may get inundated with alerts at 9:30. That's the problem. All right. So William wants my Alcoa, as he calls it, my Alcoa, as if I own the company. He wants it lower before he takes it. So I see there was some news on it. Okay, I see what the news is. Ratifies a new labor agreement, but obviously it's going to cost them, I guess. Had to ratify NASA's ratification of labor agreement at U.S. smelters. So obviously wages are going to go up, I'm assuming, and so they're getting punished for that. The monthly low, the next monthly low, and I'm sure you know this, William, is 60.69. So that is the next monthly low for AA, 60.91 to be exact. Well, it has been a fast morning. Look at Cast for a potential short. Let's see, there's Cast. Okay, I know you guys been talking about it. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think it was shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, not shortable. I know why you're looking at it. You're looking at a potential VWAP stalling or blocking. Very choppy though, but I can't short it. I mean, this is the message I get. Contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. And if I get that message, I don't even try. I just don't understand. I mean, they didn't let me trade SPPL, which is good. Thank you, Interactive Brokers, for not letting me trade SPPL. But here's the float, 6.2 million. Okay, and it's Singapore and GLXG, which has way less, 1.4 million in the float, China stock, and yet they let me. I just don't know what their rules are. I just don't understand what their rules are. It can't just be a float. It just cannot be just, well, here's the float. We won't let you trade anything with, less than 5 million in the float. Or so I don't know what IB's rules are. Certainly a lot of volume. Maybe that was it. There was not, there's a ton of volume. SPPL did not have that much volume. I don't know. I mean, I asked Gemini last week about it, and they talked about how, Schwab and, it's much, much bigger than IB, and they can withstand, I suppose, some losses of people who couldn't possibly pay them back, perhaps. Um, and they talked about, so that's why Interactive Brokers is more cautious. I mean, according to, but they never used to be. So it's possible then, they never used to be, and maybe they were getting hit hard on some of these. I mean, this is sort of a recent phenomena. Well, look at this market now. Well, I don't want to try. I like IB. I'm not going to. Well, first of all, I'm in Canada, so it's not as easy as somebody saying just try another broker. But I could have traded HUBC, which was awesome. I could have traded RGNT, which would have been awesome. The only one I could trade was SPPL, which I'm glad they prevented me. Maybe it's something to do with volume too. I don't know, but I'm glad I could not take the SPPL. Okay, now AMOD just showed up on this. Now I don't know about this one. This is pretty choppy looking. I know it's over the VWAP. The next high looking left is not well. Right now it's 60 cents or more, but it's pretty choppy. And look at the spread. So consequently, just because it showed up on the scan, I'm not going to take it. I mean, the spread. Well, now it's only a 7 cent. Well, look, you see how the spread is widening. It's yeah. I mean, I'm not going to take this. I'm not even going to bother with it. So even though it showed up in the scan, okay, doesn't mean I'm just absolutely going to take it. That's why I'll never auto trade. I could have taken this and said, you know what? I love this. I'm going to auto trade everything that comes in here. I would never do that. Never. Yeah. And it's, my guess is they won't let me trade it anyway, which is good. I mean, look at the volume. Number one, it might be a combination of the actual volume of the day and then that flow to 500. It might be. I don't know. Because I might be looking at this going, you know what? This is not liquid enough. It's just not liquid enough. And they're right. In this case, they're absolutely right. It's not liquid enough. No, 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 no. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at RGNT. I think it got down to, yeah. So watch this one. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP again, okay. You don't have to stare at the chart. Just put a price alert, say a little over the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP again, it might get running again. It's how you can use the races. Speaking of races, let me go over this race. So I'm running now. Again, everything is customizable. I just can't bring you to my home page, but it's all in the guide. Okay. I think the guide could even be up here somewhere. I think it is somewhere. Help user guide. Okay. So here it is. Here's your user guide right here. I don't know what if it's going to look. Yeah. Okay. So everything I'm talking about is right here in the TI stock races. Okay. Right here. And to find that, you just go to help, and then user guide. Okay. And then the user guide will pop up. All right. So we're running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. So what does that 12% mean? You know what? I'm just going to do something here. Actually, I'm just going to stop this race for a second. Okay, so once this race gets started, it takes about 30 seconds for it to get started. So that's why you wouldn't want to run a 1-minute race. Okay. But once it does get started, what happens is, and I started running this when I loaded trade ideas this morning. I remember what time it was, but probably about 8 o'clock, 5 o'clock my time. So 8 o'clock, the race started. And so this is why I have a top 10 list. If you load my race, well, unfortunately you can't because I could give you the link if you want. I just can't direct you to my homepage. But if you loaded this race right now, as an example, you won't see it. You won't have a top 10 list. Your top 10 list will be built starting from 11:10. So I was running this, starting at around 8 o'clock. So that's why there's a top 10 list that is built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay. So here's the RGNT. It has moved the most since the race started, 4.5%. That's what that means. GLXG, which has now had a huge pullback. So, that was the play right here, right here, try to take advantage and then, maybe get rid of some and then hang on for a bit. And then the minute it broke down through 3, again, for the second time, you want to probably be out of most of it, if not all of it. Okay, give me a moment. This just showed up. Stitch Fix showed up. Don't like it though. Why wouldn't I like it? Because if I look left, that the next high is too close. Okay. The next high is 430. This stock's at 418. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, but that's just the way I'm looking at it. And also is that right? And the 200-day moving. So you got a couple of things here, guys. You got the next high in a daily, and you've got the 200-day moving average above it for the SFIX. So why am I talking about it? It's because it's here. But just because it shows up, even though I love the scan, doesn't mean I just blindly take any alert that happens. Now, just because, that 200-day moving average is there and also the next high look, it doesn't mean it's going to stop it, but I just won't take the trade. Maybe if it breaks out, because then the next time the monthly chart is up here around 5, but it just means I won't take the trade. So again, we're 3 minutes into this race. So right now, QTEX is leading the race, 7.22%. So if you see a stock that is leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. Oh, look at this. I mean, we didn't know what we were going to see. It could have actually been a pullback and then popping. In this case, it was still, yeah, in this case, it was still moving higher. It doesn't mean you take the trade just because you see it here, okay? But you're now looking at this, and so you might look at this and go, "Well, what if it pulls back maybe to the whole number or something?" Because you don't want to chase it right now. The next high looking left is 244. So I mean, it's pretty close. If it can somehow take out 244, though the next high is 317, I will put an alert here just to see if it gets there. Doesn't mean if it got there right now, I'm going to take the trade, but in fact, I know I won't take the trade because it's too parabolic. It's gone just crazy. Look at this 15-minute chart. But you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. The combo scan, you mean the Pepe combo scan? It has a an option component in it. Yes, it has to be trading. I think at least 1.5 or 2 times normal in terms of options. It could be going down though too. So if you see a stock, again, leading a race, of course, click on it. You see any stock in the list of stocks, so click on it. You never know what you're going to see. Here's SABS as an example. It's gone now. Let's take a look at QCLS. Okay, you don't know what you're going to see. Well, it's above the VWAP. It could have been pulling it. This could have been moving though off the VWAP. You just don't know until you click on the alert. Okay, or click on the symbol. AHMA, let's take a look at it, see what's happening. This is not looking nice. I mean, it's below the VWAP, it's chopped around, but it could have been one of these that was moving down and maybe consolidating a little bit at the VWAP. And then that little move that was showing up here, it could have been a pop off the VWAP. So it's not just for options, okay? Unusual. It has an option component in it. It's got a relative volume component in it, and the stock also has to be a 10-day high or a 20-day high. I can't remember now. I haven't used it for a while. You just have to right click on it and check, what I'm using, what the filters are. So any stock that's in here, click on it. Any stock that's won a race before, click on it. See what's happening. You don't know until you click on the symbol. This doesn't look great, but again, MTEN could have been consolidating just around the VWAP area. And you might have looked at that, said, okay, I'll put a price a little bit over the VWAP, see if it starts moving off the VWAP, which will act as a support area. And then you could put your stop just underneath it. So you've got, a potential idea of a trade. So why are these stocks showing up though? Yeah, it's just another way of looking unusual. The reason that was put together, I mean, there is actually an option scanner too, like a channel for options. It's not trading options, but it's just, stocks that are having abnormal option activity typically, are probably stocks you can look at also to trade the stock. Some have said, you know what, it helps me at least zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. And maybe it helps them trade the option. I don't know. I don't trade options, but it's just another additional way when coupled with relative volume to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. That's all it is. So why are these stocks showing up? If I right click in the body of the race, open the top list as an option. So if I click on that, so this is a list of stocks that are in this particular top list window. Before I show you why they're here, notice what happens when I right click in this top list window. There's an option that says launch real-time stock race. So listen carefully. All races start from a top list window, okay? In this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. If I right click, configure, and the summary. So I am looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. You, of course, might have a completely different idea of a price range, maybe a minimum volume. Maybe you don't care it's up from yesterday's close. If you have any trading experience, maybe you can add in your own filters and customize and have your own top list that you run the race off of. This happens to be what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. So if I double left click rapidly on this C%, which is the change from the previous day's close, so that'll be Friday's close, I can sort. So of the stocks that meet those filter requirements, the price range, minimum volume, etc., this stock, RGNT, is up 176% from Friday's close. QTEX, 55%, etc., all the way down this list. Top lists can still be used in this fashion. You know, you want to see the stocks up the most today with your filters in place, like, again, a range of price range you like, things like that. You can, as long as you have the column header, you can sort on that. You know, you can sort out, you want to find the stocks that are down the most today. You want to find the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, etc. As long as you have the column header up here, you can sort on it. That 0% is the change from the open. So if I double left click on it, RGNT from its opening trade of the day is up 145%. That's what that means. Okay, so in this race right now, more than likely you will see these stocks up here always in this race. Why? Because people are following these all day long. A stock that's up 176%, relative volume is 155. This is interesting because QTEX it's up 55%, but the relative volume is only 1. It's not like it's trading super abnormally. But, you know, you can rest assured, though, any stock that's up a lot will probably be in this, in this list and could win several races over the course of the day. But, and this is the power of the race. The race does not care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. Okay? So, you know, we looked at SVIX earlier. It's up 8%. But what if all of a sudden, you know, people started looking at this and go, you know what, I want it. So now it's up 9%, 10%, 12%, 14%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, you wouldn't know, but the race does that for you. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. It just cares what is moving the most since the start of the race. So that's how you can find a stock that is, you know, maybe not has gone up so much and maybe just starting out. Now, this race is different. Now, probably on a day like today, the list will probably will be big. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So why did I think this would be big? Well, because the market, you know, the SPY's up 13 points right now. So why are there so few stocks in this as opposed to this? Well, if I right click, configure, summary, this is why. So the market cap has to be at least 500 million, minimum float of 50 million. And this filter right there, the position in the day's range. So I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day. If I put 95, if I put 100 here, the stock would be basically at the high of the day. If I put 95 here, it's close. You know, imagine you have a daily candle and it's in the upper end of it. So that's why, more than likely, believe it or well, they're not. Maybe stocks are pulling back a little bit. They're not up. They're not near the high of the day. This list is not a static list. In fact, if I talk long enough, you probably will see some stocks come in and out of this list. The reason being is stocks will come into this list as they meet the filter requirements, and they'll get dropped as they don't meet them anymore. So it's not a static list. Some days, especially if the market's down, you might only see 3 stocks and think, well, that's crazy. Why would I only want to look at 3 stocks? Well, that's not the case. It could be 3 at the time, but even those 3 could change. And the same thing though, you get a top 10 list automatically created for you. So I saw my first Warby. I didn't even know we had this in Canada. I saw my first Warby, big sort of a, looked like an outlet almost in Vancouver, well outside of Vancouver. But yeah, so I thought, oh, I didn't even know they were, well, I thought they could be available, but I didn't think they had a storefront. So the same thing, top 10 list built for you. Now, if you're starting out trading, I would probably look at this race before I looked at this race, even though this is way more exciting. I mean, you're not going to get any stock almost 100%. You're never going to get a stock in this race up 22% from the start of the race. You know, you can see right there, you know, you'll get the odd stock, maybe up over 1% from the start of the race, but even that's a little bit, you know, not common. Usually that's under 1%. Does that mean these are not worth trading? No, not at all. It just means they're not as volatile. So if you're starting out trading, you know, this might be a better idea at the beginning, because then you can concentrate, again, as the top 10 list is built for you, you can concentrate just on these stocks. It just builds the list for you automatically. Just give me a moment, guys. Just want to get a status on when my okay, now Bonsai just showed up. Have I missed it? Okay, Bonsai. Now, why would I take this right now? No, 350 is a key area to get through. If it got through 350, the next high is 351. So that is your $4. It's not, it doesn't have a ton of room because it's got to take out 350, guys. And if it did, let me put a price alert around 356. Then that 4 isn't that far away. So it's not as attractive as some of the other ones that had a lot of room. Yeah, you can add any filters you want, David. You can add any filters you want to the races. So for instance, if I look at this race right here, open the top list, this is what the race is based on. Like, I'll show you how you can actually take, so you don't have to start a race from scratch. You can take this race and actually adjust it so you don't have a race. You don't have to create your own top list from scratch. So watch what happens. I'm going to duplicate this, okay, because I don't want to stop the race. So I'm going to just duplicate the race. So here it is. So this is the same thing that would happen if you guys, if I could give you the link when hopefully my homepage gets up and running. This is what would happen. You would start the race and notice you don't have a top 10 list. So your top 10 list would start from 11:27 Eastern time on. Now, here is a quick way. If you click the gear, that'll stop the race. Okay. If you click that gear, it's going to stop the race. Here's how you can make a quick adjustment if you wanted a different price range and your volume. If you wanted a different volume, you know, a more or less, you can make a quick adjustment right there. Okay, and then when you click next, and then done. Okay, so that would make a quick adjustment to the race, and then the race will be based on what you wanted to see. Let me do it again. Sorry, in the gear. So that's a quick one. Okay, makes sense. Now, if you wanted though to change any other filters that I've got, or add some filters, then you click on the advanced. Okay, and now you'll see here it is. There's the price range. There's that volume again. So this is what you can now see is up 2% from yesterday's close. If you wanted to change that or get rid of it or add filters that you want, if you have any trading experience, you can add your own filters in here. You do a search and find out what filters you want. So that changes the top list configuration and also the race. That's because you did this from within the race. So don't do it here. In other words, don't right click and then open top list and then change it. Do all the changes here. Okay, you click on the gear, and then here's how you can make some quick changes, which will affect the race, or advanced and make even more changes that you want if you want to. And then once you do that, you say okay, and then your race will be based on whatever you've put in here. Okay. You just have to start that using the gear. And then once you've done that, you just click the little right arrow. And now here's another thing. If you stop the race, either hitting the gear or clicking on the box, that'll stop the race also. Here's another thing that people might want to do is now if you right click in the body of the race and you see where it says show race setup. Well, you have to save your work. Always have to save your work. Unusually, you make any changes at all. You make a change to the color of your volume bar, in a chart. You'll always have to save your work. So when you close trade ideas, save it. Save your layout. Or at the very, very least, when you go file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this? Next time you load trade ideas, do you want to load this layout? If you say yes, everything will be saved. But it's always good practice to save, things to the cloud. This is what I would do. If I make a change to the race, I would always right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, save or share to cloud. Save it just in case. You accidentally shut down the race. You just bring it back. So again, I want to duplicate this race just to show you some other. And the only reason I'm duplicating it, I just don't want to stop this race. So now if I click on the box, then I right click and you see at the top, it says show race setup. Here's how you can control how long you want your race to run. Again, I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to run the same thing. Okay. The other thing you may want to change, because we don't have my homepage up and running yet, but if you load it, once it is up and running, I have got auto start at time check. Okay. And it says 9:30. And that's because I didn't want my race to start until 9:30. Now I changed that a while ago to auto start on load. I have checked that. You don't have to worry about that price or that time. You don't have to delete it or anything. So if you want your race to start when you load trade ideas, then you check auto start on load. And again, you have to save your work. Just give me a moment. Just well, they're large cap. You're right. I don't think I had a volume. Well, I think I had 200,000 shares. Well, look at the bonsai. I didn't get it. I did not get it. Okay. Okay, guys. So that's all I'm saying. You can make your adjustments right here. You want to have auto start unload whenever you load trade ideas. If it's in the pre-market or whatever time you load trade ideas, you can check auto start unload. Now, I think I had a minimum 200,000 shares, but yeah, if you want to up that, yeah, 200,000 shares. Most of the time, but again, you could just click on that gear, okay, to stop the race, and then you could up the volume if you want, okay? Completely up to you. This is a nice one, actually. I mean, it's you can't take it now because it's kind of run away, but you can kind of see if it can pull back into that whole number, perhaps. So, but David, you understand, right? You understand. All you have to do is click the gear, and then the only exception I make on the relative volume is in this race right here. I don't have a relative volume filter in here. Okay, I don't have it here either, but I mean, I guarantee the relative volume in this volatile race will be plenty. This one I don't care as much about, but you want to add the relative volume filter, you can, but 1.21. But I've just noticed that in the large caps, you're not going to get so many large cap stocks with 2 or 3 or 4 relative volume. Now, this race here is a great race, especially if the market's down, okay? Because anything you would see in here is running counter to the market. Obviously, the market is up in a huge way today, so it's not like that. Funny though, the Dow, I mean, the SPY is up a lot. Qs are up a lot. The Dow is, I mean, it's up, but it's not like 1,000 points or. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Working from home is awesome, but have to be prepared for minor disturbances. Some major, but anyway, bonsai, BNZI guys, BNZI. So yeah, that was like look at that. What did we? Well, I said four could stall it, and there's four right there, I believe, $4. And what did it get to? It got to four. So that's why I look left. Doesn't mean that was going to block it. Didn't not mean 100% that was going to block it, but just the way I look at things. Are you talking to me, William? Okay. Okay. I thought maybe you accidentally put your account in the room. Okay, guys, 11:40. So in about 20 minutes from now, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. All right, DGNX. This is now poking its head over $1. The other one that I was looking at was the ZNB, and it got up to $1.08, but then right back down to 92 cents. So I just don't like trading these little ones, but okay. Stitch Fix SFIX. That's still I mean, you're not going to take it. Okay, let's take a look at some of these that won races in the larger cap stock. Okay, real is underneath the VWAP, so could turn into a more of a short, guys. I mean, if it broke through 11, take a look at the NAVN. Okay, so the NAVN, this might be interesting. I mean, it's trying to hold. Now, remember, when a stock won a race, it doesn't mean it's still near the high of the day or anything like that. That's just saying it won a race. After that, it could have, collapsed or something. It just did not collapse. But NAVN is hanging over the VWAP. The VWAP's around 2050 or so. So, you might look at this and go, okay, I'm not saying to do it, an idea. You take the trade and put your stop just under the VWAP and see if it works. I mean, that's all you can do. 21 is the next high. Actually, look what it did. It got 21, and what did it get to? It got up to 2089, so very close. So it's not as attractive. It would really have to take this out, and if it did, I mean, then you've got a lot of room. So I'll put a price alert in that area. It may not happen today. It may never happen, but maybe it happens tomorrow. Well, PSIG looks like a, what is it? What do they do? Logistics and supply chain. Okay, it's a Hong Kong stock. Low float, not crazy low, but low. 12.9 million in the float. What a run it's been on. Ooh, boy, I had shorts available for this one. This CMTL. I sort of lost sight of it. Why am I looking at it? Look at the alert at 940 for CMTL at 3. Well, actually, I remember going through this one. And this, yeah, 389 was the alert. We're at 293 now, guys. That's a tremendous run and fairly. Let's see, when was the alert? That's that bar, that upward blue candle you see here. That's the candle in which the alert happened on a 5-minute, on a 15-minute right there. So after that happened, 389, it did pop up to 397. Not terrible. And then after that, look at this beautiful move down. You would have taken some off here. You would have let it get down to 3 from 389 or so. And then you would have taken some off right there on that little pop. Okay. The minute you see a bar piercing into the wave and you haven't taken anything off, I would take some off there, but not get out of my entire position. That's how I use the wave. Had I been in this one, would have been in, and then right there, that little green bar that sort of popping into the wave. Because look at the rest of them. None of them on the way down actually pierced into the wave, the bars. And they were basic and very narrow bars, which is great, easier to keep in a trade. I mean, it's wonderful if you're in the trade way up here and you get a big wide bar down, sure. But what happens is people who weren't in the trade up here and maybe got in late, they're probably bailing a bit, thinking, okay, I better take some profit. And meanwhile, CMTL, so they had some kind of a deal. Outlines 143 to 145 million in net cash proceeds. Well, it depends. Right now you're seeing the stocks that have made big moves already, but in the first 15 minutes, these stocks are kind of setting up a bit. Ras. Okay, so if you looked at this race right off the bat, or look at this one right off the bat, I mean, every one of these had not made the big move yet. Okay, so I can give you this one. You can watch it tomorrow. I'm not saying it's going to get the same results. Understand that today's quite the day because the market is so up. But if you look at each one of these alerts, that is the time of the alert, 940, that's the price. And you can see that they ripped after that. Doesn't mean every single day it's going to happen like this, but look at the CMTL, 940. If you're into shorting, 389. You could have got, and now it's at 280. The RGNT, the alert was at 211 before it pulled back. It got up to 578. But also, Ramzan, don't think that just because the stock is up like 200% that it can't be at the end of the day up 400%. Okay, it could be. Sometimes these stocks will pull back a bit. Yes, that they've been up and then they pull back maybe into the VWAP. Are you new to trading? When you say you're pretty new, are you new to trading also, or just new to the or new to trade ideas? Because if you're new to so you're new to TI, but you're not necessarily new to trading. Okay, I shouldn't have asked that question the way it was. So, not new to trading, yes. Not new to trade. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. It's hard sometimes, I ask 2 calls or 2. Okay. Then, it depends on your trading style, of course. Any one of these races, for instance, these stocks have won races before. AHMA could have, it's still a 47%, yes, but it could have been pulling back into the VWAP and make that purple line, and maybe the VWAP would have acted as support. In this case, no. But I can give you this one. Normally I have my home page, but there was a problem on the weekend that we had. And so normally I have my home page that has all the scans that I'm currently sharing. But I will give you this one. And you can take a look at it. This has been the star of the day. I'm not saying every day it's going to be the star of the day, but certainly today. And what it is, it has two scans in it. What it's looking for, if it's in yellow, let's take a look at CMTL. So even though it's a red, so what it's looking for, you can see the daily candle. That's Friday, right? Friday. So it closed at least 5% above the previous day's close. Okay, at least. So this is a reversal. Okay, this was up the day before, down today. That's what it's looking for when it's in yellow, and when it's in, go right to the to the Regent. You can see it was down on Friday and up today. These are daily reversals. So if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. If it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. Okay. Okay. So normally what I do, Mark, but you're new to TI. Okay. So we don't have level 2, number 1. Okay. Setting up charts and all. Do I have help? Let's see if I've got that here. Okay, good. See, normally, Mark, what I have is my home page, and I have my own homepage link, and I've got all sorts of information in my homepage, including the scans that including this. Okay, but here's what you can do. So let me do it. Let me show you again. So if you click on, if you go to tools. You can see I don't often do this tool. Oh, sorry. Click on help. I'm sorry. Click on help from the toolbar. Okay. And then help on the toolbar, and then click on user guide. When you do that, here is our user guide. Now, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but definitely take a look at the getting started. Okay. It should be the same as that is usually on my homepage. It's 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. Number 1. And then you can dive into, like I talked about, the stock racing, charts. Here's a section on charts. You don't have to learn everything in here, though, but you asked about charts. We don't have level 2. As far as scanners are concerned, more than likely you want to take a look at the alert window. It is here in the getting started. Now, in about 7 minutes, I will be taking a break. Normally, I would demonstrate all this a little bit, but because I don't have my homepage up and running. But normally, I would demonstrate this. But in about 7 minutes from now, Chris Varley will take over in YouTube for me. I'm moderating 2 rooms, and I take a break at noon. It's about 7 minutes from now, noon Eastern, and Chris Varley takes over for me. Now, where can somebody give me the YouTube link? Oh, I mean, okay. Actually, I may have it. That's okay. I have the YouTube link. That should not be affected. Okay, so here is the YouTube link, guys. Okay. It's not there yet. Okay, you don't have to go yet. But once he's there, oh, man. Okay. Here's the YouTube link. So Chris might be able to answer some of your questions also. Okay. And I hope that's working. And then he can go over, a lot more detail than I can do right now about, setting up charts and things like that. But we don't have level 2. So that doesn't work either. Man, so there's a bunch of links that are yeah. Hmm. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, so I see that unusual. So there's a YouTube. I know, I apologize. I should know all this, but it's extremely rare. I cannot remember the last time that my link was broken for so long, and it was something that happened over the weekend. And so they're trying to fix it. There were other things also. It's not just my link. So anyway, there's the YouTube link, and I know what I can do is put my a message up here. Yeah, Chris will help definitely. Okay, also. Chris is at Trade Ideas also, okay, and he's basically big customer support, but he knows the program. So if you have other questions that you might want to ask him, go ahead. It's just like here, he hears you and just post the questions, and he'll be on the mic also. It's just not in this room. It's a YouTube room. Oops. Oh man. All right, so just waiting for Chris to show up. It's 11:58 right now. When I hear a little pop, I know he's in the room, and then I can hand it over to him, and we'll see you guys in about an hour when I do leave. So you said that region RG&T canceled their financing. Is that the reason? RG&T canceled their financing. Is that what you said, William? Which is always okay. So okay, guys, I just heard a little pop. So Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to mute myself right now and see you guys in about 1 hour. Christopher Varley, good morning. I cannot kibitz with you. I do have to leave almost immediately. I
Run,
apologize.
go.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll see you in a little bit, Perry. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, folks. Let's get the screen going. Barry's off and running. Here we go. We're rocking and rolling. Happy Monday to you all on this shortened trading week here. For those that are unaware, it is a market holiday on Friday, Juneteenth here in the United States. Also what I'd call a bank holiday. As per usual, no pre-done content. We let you folks drive the content of this with your questions. I think that is always best, getting what you need out of the software versus us just randomly droning on about things you may or may not care about. So please come one, come all with questions. Don't be shy. Get those in for me. We will get those all in. Ooh, I will get to all questions, I should say. So get them all in. In the event you've got a question I just don't have the answer to, I'll ever so kindly let you know. You can follow up with an email and I will do some research and make sure that I get you the desired information that you're looking for. To create some effective alerts. Could you define what effective means? I would, if you're looking for alerts that are just going to like promise you money and results, no. If you're looking to understand how to build something that's related to momentum or a pullback or something like that, that I can help with. Effective A is very subjective, and B, there's no such thing as a scan like here's the scan, it's going to make you money. Every scan in the end should have some component to the person that's using it and specific to their trading plan and trading style. So if you give me some of those ideas, I can guide you into that. Be more than happy to go over different filters, alerts, what would, really kind of pertain to what you are trying to do in your scanning. So just guide me with a few details and should be able to help in regards of the data points that would be most suited for what you are trying to do. So, all right, very good. Let's start there. So the VWAPs, you're going to look at the distance from VWAP. And so this is today. This is VWAP anchored from yesterday, day before, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 1 through 5. The distance means just how far away you are. So for example, let's go ahead and add this filter. And if I say a 1 in the minimum column, we could use the show me function and it'll tell me what I just did. Show me stocks where the price is at least 1% above VWAP. And it'll update in real time in this show me function as well. So I put a 3 in the maximum, for example. Show me stocks where the price is between 1 and 3% above the VWAP. If I were to press OK, it's going to carry that over and we're there. And we could use negative numbers too. So let's go back to the show me function and let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And let's go with -2, for example, in the middle. Let's say show me stocks where the price is above the VWAP. It's right at the VWAP. It's no more than 2% below the VWAP. On the flip side, I could go with a negative number over here, -2, and show me stocks where the price is at least 2% below the VWAP. And I could add, let's say, a -5 here. Now it would say prices in between 2 and 5% below the VWAP. So that would be is there a way to make this bigger? No, I can't. These windows are the size they are. I can't make them bigger. Sorry. but I could go back over that. I go a little slower, of course. I know sometimes I go fast. So, anytime I'm doing that, whether it's yourself or anybody else, just say, hey, Chris, slow down, back it up a little bit. And without a question, we'll do that. I do apologize. I know I can go fast on some of this stuff. So my apologies. So again, let's go back into the search real quick. And, in the search, excuse me, we got distance from VWAP. That's what we're looking for here again. And so the 1 through 5 equals 1 is today. 2 is anchored from yesterday's open. 3 from the day before. 4 from 3 days ago. 5 from 4 days ago. And, we could select what we want. In this case, I'm going to go with the VWAP one. That's today. And like I said before, we'll add that filter. That brings us to the Windows specific filter tab here. And once we're in there, we can use the show me function. It's this little magnifying glass in the middle. And that'll give us a written description of exactly what the filter values are doing to the filter. So in this case, I've got a 1 in the minimum and a 3 in the maximum. And it's saying show me stocks where prices between 1 and 3% on the VWAP. And of course, like I was showing before, we could use negative numbers. So for example, if I put a negative in the minimum column, now we're looking at stocks where price is either above the VWAP, it is at the VWAP, or it is no more than 2% below it, with that negative saying that's as far below the VWAP as we want to see the stock. On the flip side, if we put a minus or a negative number in the maximum value, we're saying we're at least that much below the VWAP. We can go way further below the VWAP if it's available to us in that regard. And again, let me know if you have questions on any of that. Also, this is being recorded. Once Barry closes the stream later today, give it about an hour or so. So he usually closes, let's say around 3 o'clock Eastern, he'll close the stream. So sometime in between, I'll say 4 and 5 o'clock Eastern, this will be on the live section of our YouTube page, and you can fast forward to the noon hour because it'll be a continuous recorded stream from when he started it this morning. And again, don't be shy. Fire some more questions in for me. That would be the distance the VWAP is from the current price. You would be looking for stocks where the price is currently that distant from the VWAP. So for example, if we did that, minus 1.5, oops, got to put a point in there, not 15. And what did we say, 2.5? So we would be saying, show me stocks where the price is above the VWAP, the price is at the VWAP, the price is no more than 1.5% below the VWAP, and also stocks where the price is at least 2.5% below the VWAP. Now, if you were looking to bracket this in, we could go the opposite. If you're looking to say, I want to see stocks that are in between those below it, then we would go minus 2.5 and minus 1.5. And now we would say, show me stocks where the price is between 1.5 and 2.5 below the VWAP, if we wanted to bracket it in. And again, also anybody with questions, don't be shy. Get your questions in for me. We can cover multiple questions. We can loop around to stuff back and forth. So don't anybody feel like, oh, well, one person's asking questions, I'll want to wait. Just get them in. The sooner you get them in, the sooner we get to them. Don't be shy with the questions. And Kay Schultz, let me know if that helps get you pointed in a direction you're looking for. And if you have any follow-up questions as well, don't be shy as well. So first, MACD is an alert. It's a hard-coded alert. Let's bring up MACD. So these are hard-coded alerts, meaning the stock has to have done these things to get the alert. And then you can add filters to add conditions saying, aside from having made these crosses below or above signals and zero lines, whichever you're working with and looking for, the stock also meets these filter conditions. As far as, in conjunction with VWAP bands, I don't use MACD. I've never used it for anything. I understand working frames of it because of taking the CMT exams and all that, but I don't have any special insight to give you if you should or shouldn't be using it with VWAP or anything like that. I can just tell you that, the interpretation on the moving averages crossing above and below the signals and zero lines, bullish and bearish, and that's really it. And generally speaking, they're using, the 12 or 13 EMAs crossing the 28 EMA, I believe. I can't remember if it's 12 or 13 anymore, to be honest. I think it's the 12, right? Yeah, 12. And Ahmed, welcome. Welcome as a new subscriber. This is an open forum, so don't be shy if you have questions. Fire those questions in here for me. This open forum is designed around software function. If you have a question about the functionality of the software, something like I'm trying to build a intraday momentum scan or a daily pullback scan, things like that. Those are the kinds of things we'd love to help with here. And then, K. Schultz, just another thing to remember is with alert windows, you need the alert event to happen while your filters are met at the same time. So that means in the case of this here, whichever MACD you selected, that needs to be happening while these filters are also satisfied in order to get the alert. Now, one thing you might consider, because you're talking about revision to mean and so on and so forth, you may want to look at our linear regression. We've got a number of alerts. The alerts will always be these single icons like this as well, where the filters are these dual ones here. You've got on the filters, the blue and the purple indicating minimum and maximum values. So that may be something else that just kind of comes to mind, a direction I'd point you at. Do a little experimenting with that. Trying to think if there's anything else specific to that I would be thinking about. Not really. Yeah, I can't think of anything else specific to that. These are all going to be candlestick patterns here. So it wouldn't be something I'd be using for regression to anything. No, I don't have anything I specifically like about it. I just think it might be something that suits what you were trying to do with. I think you're looking for some kind of pullback that isn't collapsing, if I'm correct. Let me know if I'm off base. So it was more about me just trying to find things that relate to what you're doing. Because things that I like, the stuff that I like is very simplistic. I'm a swing trader, and I like stocks that are going up. I like them on longer term time frames. Yeah, I think running up is going to be more of a momentum look. The one thing I like about the running up is this. You've got the new high alert. So if you were looking at a stock that, let's say, it was moving up great and now it's made a pullback, hasn't necessarily collapsed, or maybe it did even collapse, but all of a sudden it makes a turn and it starts to really move. Well, a new high on the day alert isn't going to happen until you get a new high, which means you could miss all of this move until it gets up there on that pullback. So that's where that's where I would look at the running ups now, whether it's running up intermediate or not. It's also where you might consider, 5-minute high, 10-minute high, so on and so forth. Let me find those somewhere in here. Yeah. So we have these 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute, and 30-minute and 60-minute highs. So those might also be something that you're thinking of. And Justin says he has something you might like. Unfortunately, links can't be shared in this YouTube forum because bots come in and then start posting links. If you guys are also in the other side of the traders room, you can share the links on that side. If not, Justin, you could email it in to the info at trade-ideas.com and I could post it here like that. Those are the two different ways to be able to share those. Just some other things to think about. Where is it? These crossed above resistances. You got, where is it? Crossed above resistance confirmed. They're almost the same thing. Just one is looking for a little more movement that looks sustained. Also, if you weren't aware, you can click on any one of these data points. If you press help after you click on it, you get a web page like this. It gives you a definition and some examples and so on and so forth as well to help you out with any and all of those data points. So again, to get that, you just simply click on the data point and then hit the help button in the bottom, towards the bottom left. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Fire those questions in for me, please. Okay, perfect. Keep an eye for that. Sometimes it takes a moment to come through for me here on the email software. So as soon as I see that come through, I'll get the link moved over for us. And let's see. But here's where I'd like a little more info. When those alerts trigger, I think it's too late. What kind of general idea would you use? Would I use those alerts? Well, the idea is trying to capture the move as early as possible. You have to have some kind of alert event with alert windows. So I think if you're looking at a bullish window, use a couple of them. Maybe use a running up and a 5-minute high. Maybe a 5-minute consolidation breakout. Like, look at a couple of bullish alerts that might be conducive to what you're doing. Add them all to the scan because you're going to have multiple alerts and the alerts will work independent from each other while being dependent on the filters. So let's just say, for example, I add this here. You got the 5-minute consolidation breakout and running up, right? And I've already got this crossed above resistance in there. if any one of these alerts is triggered, it will alert as long as also all the filters are done. You only need one of these alerts to be going with all the filters to get the alert. And so then you're giving yourself a better chance to get the alerts like that. You may find you start to get too many alerts and you're saying, this one specific alert's just alerting too much. These other alerts work fine for it. And then you'll want to remove that one alert that was alerting too much and work with just the ones that you liked the amount of alerts were coming from. So that becomes a little bit of the give and take with building alert windows. And I'm of the mindset always early on with building alert windows or any scan in general, alert or topless, more data is better. And the reason I say this is that now you can see everything coming through and you could say, all right, I want to eliminate these kinds of alerts. And I could look at either tightening filters or swapping alerts, removing alerts, so on and so forth. Versus if you're not getting a ton of data, you're not sure what you're missing, right? So you could say, yeah, I like what's coming through, but then there may be alerts that didn't come through for various reasons. A filter's too tight or the right, you didn't have enough. I shouldn't say enough, but another alert set would have helped you get more alerts that you would have liked, but there's no way to know what you were really missing. It's all hindsight at that point. So I think it's easier to work with. Let's take a big pool of data. A lot of it fits what I want. There's also quite a bit that doesn't fit what I want. And then I can start eliminating what I don't want. And let's see, that came through. So thank you, Justin. Let me copy that link and share this out for anybody that wants. It's really nice of you, Justin. It's one of the things that, really do enjoy long before I worked for Trade Ideas is that community feel and people sharing things with each other to help everybody out. It's a very nice thing. And thank you very much, Justin. That's really kind of you to do. Very good, Ahmed. Ahmed, if you've got specific questions, don't be shy. It could be a lot to take in. Also, if you haven't already, and this is for anybody, and you don't have to look at this now, you could bookmark the page and come back to it later. This is our education page. And on our education page, there's a getting started series here. So it starts with downloading the software, logging in, first few minutes on the screen, some highlights and things that I think are important. And I move into alerts and top lists, charts, single stock window, and we go up into a number of different features. One day when time allows, I'd like to add some more videos to that. I have other videos that just aren't a part of that also, go into some more advanced stuff as well. So yeah, let's pull up what Justin shared here. Let's copy that link address. Sorry, I got to close this window. File, load from cloud. Bear with me, slow computer. There we go. So revision to mean, 15-minute high. So I mean, really in line with what you were looking for. And let's see what Justin did here. So let me clear these unused. So use that 15-minute high there. And then on the Windows specific filters, he is looking at stocks between 75 cents and $22, traded at least 200,000 shares on the day. I surmise that EPS was done to eliminate ETFs. He wants to see stocks that are above the 50-day moving average, but no more than 69.9% above that. Also in the last 30 minutes, they got to be 50% above the low of that range of the last 30 minutes. And he wants to see stocks that are trading at least 500,000 shares on the day today. So that's what we've got rocking and rolling. Appreciate you sharing that again and letting us go over that. And then a little insight from him as well there for us too. So good stuff, good stuff. Good session so far. Again, don't be shy, folks, with any questions. It's not a dumb question at all. Some people don't want to trade ETFs. They don't move enough for them. Some people especially don't want to see the leveraged ETFs, especially because they can't trade them in their broker. They don't have those permissions. Different brokers allow for different instruments to be traded based on your account size, experience, things of that nature. And then there's just the personal preference. Yep, there you go, Justin. Yep, exactly. You're going to find often as well, ETFs may not move very much compared to the individual stocks within them that you might be interested in. And so then on top of that, a lot of ETFs, they're at lofty prices, a lot of them. And all of a sudden you get your money is tied up in that lofty priced ETF that may not be moving much. And it's like, this isn't awesome because now my money's tied up here and I can't allocate it to the stocks that I want. So there's, a number of various reasons for wanting to eliminate the ETFs. And again, don't be shy, folks. Fire away those questions for me. All right, no other questions coming in, but don't be shy, folks. Fire some questions in for me here. That is what I'm here for. That's what these sessions are for. Close that for now. Guess we can close that for now too. We'll throw a circle back if we needed to. When you say pulse window, I'm guessing you're talking about this here where I draw the big pink X, the compare count window. Let me know if I'm on the right track there. Yeah. So what you're doing, what most people do, I've never seen anybody do it differently, is they're comparing some kind of new highs versus some kind of new lows. And it's like market breadth, essentially. What direction is the market headed in? Is there a change in the market direction? So on and so forth. So this one's very specific to me because of my swing trading and what I've done here in the configures. I set it up so green data is bullish, red data is bearish. And I said, I want you to show me stocks that are making new 30-day highs. That includes weekend days because you can't exclude the weekends from this here. So putting a 30 in that field is giving me essentially a month of trading. In the window specific filters, I said, show me stocks where the price of $5 or above, trade at least 250,000 shares on the day, a market cap of 50 million, and trading at least 75,000 shares on the day averaged over the last 3 months. On the flip side, I told the red data, the bearish data, show me stocks that are making new 30-day lows. Again, weekends included. And then I did the same filters, $5 and above, 250K on the day, 50 million on the market cap, and 75,000 on the average traded shares for 3 months. And so what I'm trying to do is get a pulse of what direction are we headed with more long-term stuff. Are things making more or breaking out to more monthly highs continuing, or are they moving towards more monthly lows? And that helps give me a pulse of, let's say I got a list of stocks and I'm thinking of entering maybe 2 or 3 of these stocks. Is today the day for me to be entering those? So various factors, that's one of them. We also have a lot of people that use it for intraday trading. And so here is, sorry, got another screen here with some stuff on it. So here's an intraday one. Now this one is looking at stocks that are making new highs on the day. Just new highs, doesn't matter. Just any kind of new high. They're 5.4 billion in market cap or higher. EPS filter is there to get rid of ETFs. We're filtering out bad prints with this distance from inside market filter. And we got a little bit of volume going on here. They're doing 3 times what they're normally doing on the 1 minute volume. And then the red data is just the opposite on the bearish side. Here we're looking at new lows on the day, but with all the same market cap, EPS, and all that here. And so what we're trying to do is figure out for this specific scan, are the larger cap stocks looking bullish or are they looking bearish today? And what I could do with this is say, all right, I'm in a trade. I'm up 1%, 2%, whatever I'm up. I'm looking to exit the trade at some point today. The market itself is leaning bullish. I'm going to let the trade continue to ride. Or on the flip side, the market's leaning a little bearish, and while I'm up, maybe I want to pull some out of this. I got 100 shares. Maybe I want to get rid of 50. Maybe I want to get rid of them all. I don't want to stick around long. I want to take that profit while it's there. One thing that people should always learn and understand is that stocks move first, then the indexes move afterwards. This is showing us the stocks moving, right? It's literally printing the stocks at the bottom that are making those highs and lows for us to see. And then it's showing us here alerts per second. How many stocks are making these, or how often are we seeing these new highs, these new lows happening like that? And so that's what they're used for. I'll say they're highly popular in general. They're not for everybody. Some people love them. Some people, they don't get it. They don't need it. I completely understand both sides of it. A lot of times you'll hear me say beauty's in the eye of the chart holder. Well, this isn't necessarily a chart, but different software functions for different traders. And so that's the short and skinny of the compare count windows. I've never seen someone use a compare count window with anything but new highs versus new lows. That doesn't mean it can't be done. There's lots of outside the box ways for people to do things. I'm sure there are users out there that are doing that. I just haven't come across them yet. So great question. Appreciate that. I always like going over the compare count windows. And again, keep the questions coming, whether it's Kay Schultz here or anybody else. Don't be shy. Please get those in. That's what we're here for. That's what we like to do. Get those questions answered for folks. All right, no questions, but feel free to get those in. I don't know, maybe we'll talk a little market, I guess, while I'm waiting for some questions to come in. So pull up the SPY chart real quick. Zoom in a little bit for that daily chart here. So yeah, that was a couple of Fridays ago. Didn't look great. Wasn't an insignificant day. The bears came a running, telling us how we're all going to die. And we filled that gap down here and we bounced off of it, and we are within shooting range of all-time highs again. So just always good to keep things in real perspective. And yeah, both K Schultz and Justin, get those in for me. Don't be shy. Hopefully they're questions I can answer. I do get stumped here and there without a question. No way to look inside the strategies of Holly. The closest you can look into the strategies of Holly is on the Holly guide. Bear with me while I look for that. Sorry, so many web pages here bookmarked through everything. All right, so on the Holly guide here, let me share a link to this if anybody would like. If you scroll down a little bit, you're going to come across Holly strategies, and it's just got a description of all the different strategies that are in here. I don't know, there's like 50, 55, 60. I don't know how many strategies. Some of them we haven't seen show up in a long time, which just means it's not back testing well. They worked for a while and have just never really worked again. The Vault is one of them. The Vault worked amazingly for like a month and a half in, I want to say, like the end of June through the beginning of August, give or take, of 2018, and we never saw it again. But Holly's essentially a black box. No feeding it, adjusting it, or anything like that. Holly alerts when something meets its criteria. And from there, it's what anybody would like to do with that information. But this is the full Holly guide that I just gave you. Different things to go over in there. You got it. Keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. That is what we're here for. That is what we do. Curious what the semiconductors are looking like. So semiconductors making new all-time highs today, at least on the SOXX, SMH. It is also making new all-time highs today. Qs representing the NASDAQ. Just a whisper shy of new all-time highs at this point. It's our friend Diamonds representing our Dow Jones doing. They are making new all-time highs today. New all-time high for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Looking pretty healthy here. Looking good. And again, don't be shy, folks. Get some questions. IWM, I believe it closed at a new all-time high on Friday. I think it closed at a new all-time high Friday. Either way, it's making new all-time highs again today. Nothing specific to order flow. Let me see here. One thing you might be interested in is unusual prints. You've got unusual number of prints in a ratio, and you've got average number of prints as well for a filter. So one is an alert, one is a filter. That might be something you're interested in. I don't know if there's anything else. I don't know if options volume would interest you, but we've got 6 options volume filters. So you got put call ratio, you got options volume and contracts, option volume contracts per average, put volume, call volume, and then option volume as a percent today on contracts. So anything that's in percent with us, 100 would be normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times, 400 is 4 times, so on and so forth. So you could scan for stocks that are doing, 400% normal of options volume, meaning they're doing 4 times what they would normally be doing for options volume. That may be something of interest to you. Those are the 2 things that would come to mind for me. So, there's a lot of people, they want, they may not want to, they may be looking for stocks that are optionable. And they want to trade those contracts and want to see some unusual stuff going on in the options market. While we don't have the contracts themselves or the options chains, they can make the scans here for stocks doing unusual things regarding options volume, and they can locate the contracts chains inside their broker and go from there. And if they're doing unusual things in the options market, there's a good chance that there's some action going on in that stock, whether it's bullish or bearish. Obviously, that would be on the chart. But those are the ones that I would point you towards as far as that goes. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Let's just look real quick. If you're looking for large bid ask, large spread, some stuff like that maybe. I think something else just had popped in my head, but I can't think of it now. Block trade, that was it. You might consider the block trade if you're looking for stuff really jumping. I think it's got a minimum of 5,000 shares got to be traded, and it has some alerts have a filter attached to them that you can. So like if we add that and we look here, you're going to see these alert filters. Leaving it blank will just be the minimum of what it does. So for example, new high or new low, if you leave it blank, you're just looking at new highs and new lows on the day. Hours of trading, how many hours it's got to be trading to get that alert on the crossed above resistance. And block trade. So for example, you could say, I don't want to see stocks that have a block trade of less than 50,000 shares, for example. So those might be some other items you consider as well. And again, don't be shy, folks. Any questions, fire those away. We got some time here. So don't be shy. Don't be shy. So what I do like to see is when a stock makes a pullback, I want to see it dig in. I don't necessarily need to see it. The IWM would be a good example of this here. I don't necessarily need to see it reclaim anything, But, my eye immediately goes to this level where that support was drawn. Even if I didn't see the support drawn, I'd be looking, I'd love to see something like a pullback into this area up here. Now, if it pulled all the way back into this, I'd like to see it get back towards that breakout area. And that's the kind of thing I would be looking for. So let me zoom in actually. So, at this point, like here's our breakout area in here, poking up above, and now its train is leaving the station. If this made a pullback, I'd love to see it. If it pulled back anywhere in this area and held that 280 line and it starts to make any kind of curl up, that's where I'd get in, because I got a really nice defined risk here or risk here, depending on how conservative I want to be or how not conservative I want to be. And I know that I've got this blue sky up above it. That's my only resistance going above it. And so I could decide I'm conservatively, if I'm wrong below this, I'm out, or a little less conservatively, if I'm wrong below this, I'm out. I just like support and resistance, volume and price action. That's it. I don't use any moving averages or anything like that. There's nothing wrong with them. Every indicator is great for the people that use them and use them well, right? Just not my personal cup of tea is all. I'm not opposed to jumping in a stock that's also just breaking out like this as well. And this IWM here, I'm not going to trade the IWM, but a chart's a chart is a chart is a chart. So if I came across a stock that I was interested in like this, a day like today where it's, made this little pullback off the highs here, the market is real strong, things are just really in favor of the bulls right now. This would be a chart I'd consider getting in on right here and not being afraid. And then again, am I playing it off this 280 level? Do I want to play it off this breakout level down here? That's more of a, let's see, 290, 88, 289, somewhere in that range in there. Different levels that I start thinking about how conservative or aggressive do I want to be? And it's one of the things that I like about swing trading more is that I feel like I can look at these kinds of levels and decide more aggressive or conservative a lot better than I can on an intraday chart when I'm trying to make a day trade. I feel like with the intraday trading, it's more moving goalposts, and with the swing trading, it's more risk on, risk off, and how conservative I want to be. All right, so let's see. TMQ, we'll start with that. Trilogy Metals. So this is stuck in a range and on that lower side of ranges for quite a while. So when you've got that and you're really stuck down here, I'd want to see it breaking out above $5 before I'm interested. That's where I'd want to see it. And the reason for that is this. Look, made that sell off, couldn't even get up to 5. Couldn't get up to 5. Got rejected just shy of 5, got rejected at 5. So I need to see it breaking above that 5 to have any interest. I'd also be concerned about this level just below $6 as well. That would be where I'm living as far as that goes. I think on the downside, on the risk, you really clearly defined here. You've got this area here where that support was drawn, where we can see it got up it, held it for support for a little bit, came back below it, trying to make it support again through here. So below there, I'm not a fan, but I'd like to be above that $5 to really be a fan at this point of it. More aggressively, I guess if it could get above this area up here where it says resistance, that's 440 range, I would guess. Yeah, around the 440, 450 range. If I want to be a little more aggressive, that's where I would be looking at that point for TMQ. HOVR. Zoom out a little bit. I'd like to get this zoom looks here. So again, my eye goes right to this area in here, had trouble, couldn't get through it, got through it and came back pretty quickly, got above it, fought to get above it, couldn't really do it, fought to get above it and got back below it. So I'd want to see it above that level there for me to be interested. Ideally, let's say somewhere in the range of that 250 range, give or take. On the smaller price, if you're getting in around that 250, $3 isn't a bad move at that point. Moving up to that area, we could see it struggled at that $3 level as well. And so that's where I'd like to see it at that point. We can see, again, not terribly far off all-time highs here, 418. That was done back here. So those are the kind of things that I would be looking at as far as HOVR. Again, pretty clear defined levels, especially on these smaller price stocks. You're going to look at the quarters. What do I mean by quarters? So, $3 whole number, 275 to the downside, 250, 225, $2. When you break down below $2, I'd start looking at the 15-cent increments. These are all psychological numbers to traders. Goes back to something I always like to say. When people are putting the volume on their TV, a lot of people are using, 5, 10, 15, 25. You're never going to see anybody but a psychopath like myself put it at 27, for example. Some people will do the even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. But how many people are you going to see put their volume on 13? We're human beings. We like things to be neat like that, especially with numbers. We like to read more into things than they're actually there. We see patterns that may not be there because that's what we do as human beings. And so this is all kind of psychological. And stocks in that, let's say below $4, maybe even below $5, I'd really be looking at those quarter numbers. Once you get below $3, but really below $2, I'd start be looking at 15-cent increments. So those are things that I'd be thinking of on any of those kinds of stocks like that to add to support resistance or to really enhance a look at support resistance. And I am fully guilty, as most other human beings would be, of seeing things that aren't necessarily there or that I like to see and want to see, because that's the way the human mind works. AMPG. Let's see here. Way off any kind of lifetime high, at least according to the single stock window. But if we look back 5 years, I don't see anything as far as resistance goes. So I don't think we really need to go back more than 5 years for that kind of resistance. Really kind of broken out here, battling at this $8 level. So for me, I'd need to see it. I'd want to see it consolidate here in between, let's say this down here. So it's at 730 or so. Now it's about 730, give or take. I'd want to see it battle. I wouldn't mind seeing it pulling back in between that 730 and where it is now, kind of anchoring in this area to then make an assault here like that. I'd be most interested above this $8 level, especially because we can see how much struggle it had coming into it, and now trying to reclaim it after having claimed it for literally a couple of days and given it up today. So at $8 levels where I'd be living to try to make that entrance. And again, you get some really nice defined levels here for risk. A lot of in-between levels, again, looking at those kind of 50-cent areas, things of that nature. So that's what I'd be thinking on those stocks. And again, yeah, you got it, Justin. Happy to do that. It's rare that anybody asks me a swing question on charts. It's always daily charts, and day trading charts, intraday charts, and I just don't have a lot to give on those. I'm going to give something similar as I would on a perspective of a swing trader. So I think, K. Schultz, the best thing you can do is ask yourself, what is it you're looking for? And then start to look at the data points that we have and how they line up with what you're looking for. For me, it's easy because I've been doing it so long, but it took me a while to get to this point. Now, a while for me was way too long, so I'm not going to share that and insult myself. But I think for most people, especially I had no experience in trading whatsoever. And when I say none whatsoever, I do mean none. So my journey was a long one because of that. Working multiple full-time jobs and trying to learn all this stuff. We're going back many years now. So those that have a good handle or base, even on just market mechanics themselves, are without a question a leg up on where I was at, at the beginning of my journey. And so what I would say is, start to look at some of these and say, first, know that you don't need to know what all these filters do or what they mean. Nobody does, including myself. I've got a good handle on a majority of them, only because I have to for all the troubleshooting I've done over the years. But for example, you're not trading the pre-market. You don't care about pre-market highs and pre-market lows, right? Completely irrelevant to you. Same with the post-market, right? If you're not looking for certain kinds of pullbacks, these pullback alerts are going to be meaningless to you, right? Forget them. Like they don't even exist. These check marks, I think kind of very specialized. Standard deviation, same thing. If you're not a standard deviation person, you're not really going to care about those things. So you got to look for stuff that makes sense to you. So for example, you're someone that's looking for momentum, RSI is something that's likely going to matter to you, right? And so we've got different RSI filters on different time frames, and you got to ask yourself, what time frame coincides best with what I'm looking for? If you were looking for something that's more trend following, ADX, right? And directional indicator, DI. These are things that you're going to want to look for, right? And so my suggestion is go through stuff. If you got a question on any of it, click on it, press that help button. Again, you're going to get the help page here. Usually in the first couple of lines, you're going to say, oh, that's something I'm interested in, or nope, that's something I don't care at all about. And you're going to move on from there like that. And so that's where I would be working, is asking yourself, what am I looking for in stocks? And something that might help you. Actually, I don't say I always forget about this, but not always the first thing I think of. We have a page that's called Stocks Like This, and I'm going to find a link to that page and share it with you. Bear with me. Stocks Like This. All right. All right, so here's the page link first and foremost, and then we'll get into the page. So stocks like this. So, all right, what you could do here is you could say, gee, Apple made this move this morning that was unbelievable. It's been a couple hours since, but how do I scan for stocks like that? So I'm going to type Apple in the symbol, and let's just say it came in today at 10 o'clock. Let's say it came in at 10:30, and between 10:30 and 10:35, it made that move. So here's the start time we're looking at, and then the duration is 5 minutes. So we're going up 5 minutes. So it'll be 10:30 to 10:35, and we're going to press submit. And now I can see every single alert that triggered during that 5 minutes, and I can see the minimum and maximum value of every filter we offer during those 5 minutes. And this is a way you could back engineer a scan. Now, one thing I caution is curve fitting. You're not going to want to use every single one of these here and build a scan to these specifications like this, because the odds of a stock ever doing exactly all these things again aren't very high. But you want to create a wide, a little bit of a wide look on the filters you choose. So for example, you might say, volatility was something that I want to see, or volume in these different time frames and percent is something I want to see, and then select one or two of those: relative volume, price range, spread. Maybe interested in consecutive candles, how much it changed over a certain period of time, all these different things. So select maybe 4 or 5 different filters that would be meaningful to what you're trying to scan for, and build a scan out from there with those, and then selecting a couple of those alerts as well if you're going the alert window direction. Or if you're going the top list direction, forget about the alerts. You don't need them. And again, just be careful of the curve fitting. It's the same kind of thing with back testing. All of a sudden, you set the scan up to be so perfect around the specific environment, and then moving forward, it doesn't hold up well. Right, Barry?
Yeah, but all I wrote down was Chris is a psychopath. That's all I got from this session.
Well,
because that's what you said. You said I'm a psychopath. So
without a question, without a question.
Oh man! By the way, Justin Rowe, I don't know what you're looking at exactly, but on the the single stock window, I've got 78.29 million also for QTEX. It's up now. So I don't know where you're getting the 365,000. I'm just trying to answer him.
Oh,
He's saying on the single stock
might be
window.
a specific volume candle. Oops,
Well, he's looking at the single stock window, and he's saying the volume is 366,000, and I'm looking at 79 million for me anyway. Not so I don't know if
I've
he's
got
stuck
the
on
79
yesterday
million
or
here, but if like I click on, hold on, the browser interface, like I click on an individual candle, it'll tell me the volume over on the, on the right side, the left side. So that particular candle there on 5 minutes had 6.63 million on it. All right, yeah, email me a screenshot of that. That'll help. Thanks. Hopefully I get to the bottom of that for you.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you. I'll promise maybe a little kibitzing tomorrow. I just couldn't do it today, but
that's
maybe
all right.
a little bit tomorrow.
We can build the suspense for the next time we can do it.
Exactly. Oh, now put pressure on me. What am I going to come up with that's going to be fun?
Barry, you've always got it. You've always got it.
Okay, Chris. Thanks so much for
my
selling
screen
me.
sharing. You're off and running. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I just want to get the layout up and running in YouTube. Okay, and get my music going. And get rid of the announcement. Yeah, so it's interesting. Justin, can you see my single stock window? Can you see my single stock window, Justin? And you see how I'm pointing at the volume of 79 million? I think it's almost impossible that your volume would be like 330,000, but I guess anything is possible, but I'm just pointing at my volume there, and it says 79 million in the single stock window. And if I loaded a new single stock window, just to make sure, and I changed it to QTEX, it says 79 million. So I don't know where you're getting that from. But that's not it. That you're looking at another metric. That's 3.7 times the normal or something. Okay. It's not that. That's the volume. Okay. That's the volume. Okay. This I don't have anymore. That other one is trying to tell you that it's abnormal volume today. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it just does. Okay. It's looking at. It just does. So just disregard it. If you don't want it, it's just telling you that is abnormal volume, like it's 373%. Okay. Well, I can't answer the question. I mean, I didn't create the software, so there's another one that bothers me when I look at options. Okay, I look at options, but you know what? I just after asking for a long time about this, just give up. And is it the end of the world? No, but look at this option volume today percent. I mean, unless you look at that, I mean, that just looks like option volume today, right? And here's option volume today up here. Well, one is contracts, one's percent. But anyway, just trust me, okay? That is the volume, okay? That other one is more showing you what the increase, what the more like using the volume percent. Which I don't use when the market's open. It's more this thing right here, the volume today percent. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Volume today is up here. That's shares. Volume today is in percent. Okay. But you know what? Am I going to rip the heads off the developers for not changing that over the last 20 years? No. Okay. Okay, so there is no, okay, so K. Schultz, what happens is this. We have the Dan normally does the Wednesday, okay? Dan on Wednesday. Well, he should have been showing you in YouTube. He should have been showing you that in YouTube, like I'm doing right now. You're in YouTube right now, and you should be seeing my screen like this. And it's the same in here in the main room. You should have been able to see his screen. So here is the schedule. Mondays is always Chris. Thursday and Friday is Steve and Andy. Okay. Wednesday is Dan. Now, the wild card is Tuesday because there are only 3 traders now. Dan just does his Wednesday thing. So there is a double up on Tuesday. So this week it's Chris doubling up. So he'll do Monday and Tuesday. Next week, I think it's Andy maybe doubling up and doing Tuesday and Friday. The following week, it'll be Steve doubling up and doing Tuesday and Thursday. Okay. But the ones that are set, oh, I don't know. Then I can't help you, Chris, or Schultz, K. Schultz. I can't help you in terms of the Zoom aspect. That's why, well, as you know, that's why you should be in the main room. Well, you do have that magnifying glass. So again, just yeah, I don't know. I maybe there's something within YouTube, but I just don't know. YouTube to me is just sort of, if you just want to watch, see the screen and listen to me, that's fine. But if you're, as you know, you've been in the other room. It's a lot more activity in the other room, more interaction amongst traders. Also, things like you can post a link in the main room. You cannot post a link in the YouTube room. Also, the main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. No, you cannot see Chris's screen from the trade room. No, no, he doesn't do. He doesn't put his in. I suppose, I don't know. Maybe he could, but he doesn't. The reason being is that, typically you want to be in one room or the other, because there is. You know what, guys? I'm so glad I didn't get really stubborn about this SPCX short. Could have thought, it's going to come back. The 170 looked like a pretty decent break. Look at this though. We might be on the run to 200. But I'm telling you, I've got that. Remember now, the short is SSPC. So if this ever finally starts to give it up, may not happen today. Well, SPCH, I mean, when you say it's green, yeah, don't look at the percent. I mean, it's going to be green because it's following SPCX. You do understand, Faith, what these are. If you don't, just let me know. It has to be green because SPCX is green. But you're not going to see a percent, as William said, because this is the first day it started trading. So it can't say it's up a certain percent from yesterday because it wasn't trading on Friday. Well, when you say not green all day, when it was doing this, it was just following SPCX. I mean, okay. It was just following SPCX. Every time SPX moved down, then it's going to fall. The bottom line is, forget today so much in terms of not green or red or whatever. Just know that it's going to follow SPCH is going to follow SPCX just like this. You'll have very similar candles all day long. Tomorrow you'll have the difference in whether it's green or red, because it doesn't have any. Because it wasn't trading on Friday, there's no point for it to look at. Boy, this is strong though. Yeah. So if you're looking at here at the, yeah, just forget today. Okay. Just forget today. Tomorrow you'll get a proper percent. The bottom line is just follow it. I mean, if SpaceX is moving higher, this will move higher too. If SpaceX ever starts moving down again, then this one will start moving up. This is the 2-time short version of it, but you would only buy this if SpaceX, the stock, SPCX, the stock, was moving down. Then you could buy this because that would be moving up. What a great pullback. So, William, you mentioned that news here when they basically said, you know what, we're not going to do the financing. I guess that's the gist of it right here for the RGNT. And boy, what a pop. Excuse me, what a pop from 4 all the way up to 860, pulling back a little bit. You know, I thought about shorting this AKTX. It's showing up on that reversal scan, but spread is not great. Spread is just not that great. Not that much volume. Yeah, well, no resistance because it's obviously an all-time high. And I think there's a little bit of a hype. There's a little bit of hype behind it. Do you think? Yeah, so my homepage is still kaput, guys. It is not. They've had a problem with something called WordPress, and so it's not just my. It's just not mine. Well, let's see if IB has any sort of a headline. Yeah, I mean, CenX is down 12%. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what it says. Okay, aluminum sinks as P Steel props up supply prospects. Okay, so I guess the short supply of aluminum will be maybe not as short. That's I mean, I guess that's all I can. I mean, it'll be the same thing with potash. The potash players. Who's a big potash player? Yeah, MOS. Sorry. Yeah, so MOS, it's not down a lot, but but you would think that the potash companies would also start to suffer a little bit because a lot of potash was coming through the strait. Okay, so you would think, but they're certainly not suffering like the aluminum companies. Not suffering. I mean, suffering it just means that the supply will be, in theory, starting to get back to normal when that happens. So I mean, it's not overnight. But I have to admit, the best thing we can say is that there's been an errant tweet out of anybody saying, you know what, something's amiss. This has been strong all day. So this is the learning education stock, right? LRN education. Yeah. So Yeah, I mean, it's been, yeah, looking at the wave, I mean, you could have been in this one up here on a short around 95, hold right there, maybe take some off as it's basing around 90, but not everything. Hold, keep holding. Yeah. I mean, that's been awesome. There are $10 move on the break of the $9 move, the break of the VWAP for LRN. And you saw the news, right? Falls after the Texas school district decides not to renew its contract. Sure, you saw that. Oh no, William. Yeah, that was the news. Now, was it 100% that it was going to cause it to do this all day long? Not necessarily, of course, but certainly, at least there was some news. I did my video today on HQ, and you know what I forgot to do though? Because this is an AI alert. What I forgot to do, I did because I didn't realize it. This was actually a reentry. Yeah, you can see what happened. It's maybe hard to see. It's really hard to see. I wish I was a way to change the bar color, or not the bar color, but the arrow color. But that blue right here, that blue bar, that's the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, on the 5 minute, and here it is on the 15. So what happened is you got the alert at 1379. It got up to 14, not bad. But then what happened is afterwards it hit the stop. See, it hit the stop at 1338. But after that, if you didn't take it the first time, or if you did take it the first time, hopefully you could have made a little bit of money. But at the very, very worst, you obeyed your stop and got out. But you could have got back in because at 1358, right about here. Yeah, so that blue line right there, right above there is where you had a reentry. You could have got in for the first time or maybe the second time. And look what happened from there. I mean, a little pause here. So from 1358 and, move, probably would have taken some off here but that's like $2 on top. Would have taken some off here as you're wondering, is it just going to base here for a while and then drop? So take some off here and then keep in the trade. And if you didn't take off any here, probably in this area, just as the bars are starting to pierce the wave, the TI wave. But that's a great example, of using the reentry. Now the reentry only triggers. Here was the original alert price for HQ 1379. It hit the stop of 1338, and then it came halfway between the original alert price and the stop. In this case, that's 1358. When that happens, you will get another sound alert saying, "Hey, you've had another trigger within the AI," and you could have looked at that and say, "Yep, I'm going to take that." Especially when the market is so strong. I mean, obviously today was the day to concentrate on the anything on the long side. So remember, if you have the AI, make sure you're paying attention to the reentry price. Because the reentry price is also a better entry price. Just give me a moment. That's a good question, Kim. So I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, so just because I get an alert in the AI, I'm not I use the term. I don't blindly take a trade just because it happens in the AI. Number one, I use it like a watch list. Uh, Problem I had today was tugged in many different directions today, unfortunately, and so the one that I would have, well, there were two that I probably would have liked would have been the HQ. Not just because it did this, okay? I mean, I'm not saying just because after the fact it's up 18%, but it had the room, okay? But I would say that for the majority of time, I'm probably, I mean, if you're looking for a percentage, probably 80% my stuff, maybe even more, 90% my stuff. Some of my stuff, though, is comes in the AI also. It's just a coincidence. So I might see the same stock in something that, in a scan that I like. I'm really paying attention to this one. Okay, this is right turning into now today. Again, it's a unique day, but this is turning into my favorite scan to watch and using it like a watch list, though. It doesn't have to necessarily. I never take a trade right at the time of the alert just because I get it. I'll always click on the symbol, see what I see on the charts, and if I like to take the trade, fine. And if in this case, for instance, if DX, this is a better one, RGNT had the alert at 211. Again, I didn't take it because I was distracted doing something else. You had all sorts of opportunity to take to take it somewhere between 211 and probably 240. I do not get hung up. Well, actually 220. Probably could have got it easily around 220. Okay. I don't get hung up and say to myself, "Oh man, I didn't get it at 211. Therefore, it's a busted trade. I'm not going to take the trade." No, look at how much room this had. Okay, the first thing I saw was it had room to three, but three didn't even block it at all. So seeing it at 220 and taking it at 220 would have been awesome because I mean, even if I said, "Well, three could block it," that's still a great move. Now it didn't block it at all. And that was the next high looking left. So I mean, in this particular case, but I can go through all of these, virtually all of these, not all of them, but this is the one I did take. The GLXG, and it was a quick trade. It turned out to be a quick trade. It had that massive move off the two level. Okay, so I'm paying way more attention to this one than anything else right now. But everything is sort of a watch list. Remember, the AI just generates the signals for you. You don't have to do anything. So, the fact that let's take a look at one that's down. See if there's anyone that's really down. AMLX. Okay, so here was the long attempt or the long suggestion at 1575. But you might look at this right now and say, well, you know what? If this takes out the VWAP and pops above the VWAP, I may take the trade. It will have it doesn't have to be back to 1575 or anything. I mean, it might get there, but you can kind of see that looking at this right now. Now it could go the other way. You might look at this and go, you know what? If this doesn't hold in this area and it starts to drop, I'll short it. Just because the suggestion was to go long doesn't mean that the fact of the matter is, though, it alerted me to watch this signal, like watch it. Now, most of the time, it probably it'll go in the direction you want it to at some point. In other words, if it's a long, but not necessarily. So let's look at this one. Let's just a minute, please. Let's look at this one. The HQ. This could turn into a short now. Okay. I mean, if it continues down like this and takes out that whole number, The VWAP is down here at 15. Okay, it could turn into a short now. It's maybe it's run out of steam, and it depends on a person's trading experience, and but you can definitely see that it's starting to curl down now. 16 may hold it. Boy, this is the first. No, this is the first day ever that I have not been able to show my homepage and the scans that I'm sharing, and how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, things like that, and going over the the 12 short videos that you have to do before you take out a subscription, or even look at. Well, take a look at before you take out a subscription. But if you do take out a subscription, the 12 short videos, I can do that now, kind of. If you click on click on help and go to the user guide. Actually, is it? Yeah, the getting started. So, I mean, if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're thinking about it, do this. You will have 11 videos. If you take out a subscription, the first video is how to log in and all, but it's just 12 short videos. That, if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about it, that's what I would do. Just take a look at those short videos. Really? Okay. Well, let's see what the source is. I think that's Seeking Alpha. Stride falls after the Texas Roscoe School District decided not to renew. Though the data is limited, LSOA is one of LRN's largest schools. That's from Interactive Brokers. Well, from Seeking Alpha. But a BMO analyst is also chiming in. Well, I've always said I think that Interactive Brokers, for a free part of your subscription news service, is pretty darn good. All right, guys, how about this one, the LICN? That is pretty ugly looking. Look how ugly this one is. But you don't know it's ugly until you click on it. $5% of L. Wow. Well, that's a big percentage, isn't it? And is that just the start in Texas? True, each is independent, but will one look at that and go, I wonder why they're doing that? And I'm just throwing that out there. Whew. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? It is now 1:33, so I may only have half an hour left. Yeah, I just loaded this one. That's on my upside versus what a great move from here. After the initial catapulting down, had a little pop, got halfway into the wave, and then look at that from there, from $50. Thought it was a little more, but still, it is nicely down, moving down. And I'm talking about the FICV or SV, sorry, CEO departing. They did replace him with somebody else almost immediately. But this is an abrupt exit. So this was not planned. So that's the reason. Okay, this was not planned, and he's going to Truist. How did Truist do? This is more of an analyst. Right, here we go. TFC. So how did it do with that announcement? Well, not good either. So Truist was not. The shareholders were not impressed by the fact that guy jumping ship. But if a guy just goes abruptly, just abruptly, I mean, it just sort of seems weird that a guy would just, okay, guys, I'm out. Like not even giving like a 2 week or a month or what do I think about ASBP? What do I think about it? Well, let's see. The next high looking left, it's got some room for sure. A little bit of room. It's got to take out 635 is the next high. Chasing it now, though. I mean, you're chasing it. It's just straight up. Where's your stop? Where are you going to go if it doesn't? Well, I mean, you should never. I mean, you would never get taken out for a loss on this one, right? You're in at 5, so you got a little bit of a down bar right there from 589, but still not a huge reason to get out. Meanwhile, Regent just absolutely went crazy again. Another new high for the day. RGNT. And if you have that scan, you'll see it over and over again. So this is the difference between these two scans. Everything's the same, except you will not see the symbol over and over again here. This is the DR standing for don't repeat. So in this one, I just want to see the very first time of the alert so I can go back and say, I'll click on it and see what happened. I have the time of the alert. I know what the price of the alert was. Then I can click on it and see what happened. Obviously with the RGNT, not that it was smooth from 211 up to here, but nonetheless, there it is. And this one will repeat it over and over again every time it makes a new high. So if you want the don't repeat version, this is what you can do. If you want the don't repeat version, also, because I want this too. I want this to nag at me, tell me don't forget about me, don't forget about me. So what you do, if you took this daily trend reversal, just right click and duplicate it. So you duplicate it, and you'll only see the last two of the two. Like this is a short opportunity, and in powder blue is a long opportunity. So you only see the last two, and then go to properties, and then down to don't repeat. So you have some options. You can click on. So you click on don't repeat symbol 4. So here's some options: 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, an hour, or for the day. So I've chosen for the day. If you want to choose something else, go ahead. So I chose for the day. Then, once I've done that, go to properties and then window name, because you want to, and that's why I added a little DR at the end of it. So I know that's a don't repeat version. It's obvious when you look at it that it's a don't repeat version, but when you duplicate this window, it's just going to duplicate the window without the don't repeat, of course, because it doesn't know that's what you want to do. Well, I was talking about AKTS. I didn't do it. I didn't like the spread, but it is starting to move down now, guys. AKTS, and that showed up at 2093. That was the alert, 2093 from this reversal scan. Again, what does it mean? It means that it was up yesterday, Friday, down today. Some of the triggers has to be below the low of the previous day, which it is, of course. This had to have closed up at least 5%. This is the more common one today, of course. Down big yesterday, but up big today. It's not really that it's so much up big, but these are the filters I'm using. And of course, everything is customizable. So I'm looking for stocks between, and the trigger is a new high of the day. So I'm looking for a price between 2 and 60. Current volume has to be at least 3. So it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum of 150,000 shares. When we get these alerts, there's generally way more than that, but has to be up at least 1% from yesterday's close, but it has had to close down at least 5% the day before. And then it's got to be above, it's got to be at or above the high of yesterday also. That's what that filter does. Position in previous day's range. So I put 100 there. That means it has to be at least at the high of yesterday or above it. And then the only other thing I've done, you don't have to do the same thing. I've delayed getting any alerts until at least 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. You want to take that out? Go ahead. You'll get a lot of alerts right at 9:30. Maybe too many, but it's up to you. So, William, is today the day for the potential 10 minutes after I leave, or no? Not today, Wednesday. Okay. So when I leave, guys, that's it. I have to shut down the room. And I'll always say later if you have questions. If you have questions, I'll always stay later. But around 2 o'clock, I start thinking about shutting down the room. So, but if you have questions, I'll hang around as long as there are questions. Look at this RGNT. Looks like it's going to take out 10. Am I thinking it could? Well, let's take a look at it. That was I only had two trades. No, not really. Not really. I mean, it's got to get over two, number one, but it's been trending down. The VWAP is up here. I mean, in theory, that's far enough away if it did pop. But I mean, it's the volume. Look at the volume. It's completely dwindled. I know there's a lot of volume overall. 53 million shares are traded, but you can hardly see the volume bars. Now, granted, it's sort of an exponential look. So, but the only way it's going to happen is if, all of a sudden the volume comes right back in, like big volume comes back in. I mean, the volume in this one is about 33,000 shares. I mean, it's not bad, but what you need is something like, 1 million shares in a bar, I think, to get it really running. Of course. Why? Yeah, of course. I mean, I remember when William mentioned it, that they basically canceled the financing, and it was right around here. But this was my break time. So, c'est la vie. It was also halted then. Okay. It looked like it came out of the halt at what time? 12:30 or 12:25. Looked like it got halted at 11:40 and then resumed at 12:25. That in that area. I guess I could look right here, but so I was on my break. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much as it continues to rip higher. And higher and higher. It's a good example, though. Somebody said, I want to see this stock when it was at $5 was probably up, I don't know, 300%. Okay. Now it's up 726%. So that's why I was saying somebody, said, well, I want to find the stocks before they make the big move. Well, that was already a huge move, but didn't mean it couldn't keep going higher. And now it just got halted again on the way up. So look at that. I was talking about this as a potential short. So when HQ broke down through 16, you could have taken the short. And, around that area. And before it pulled up at all, it got down to 15.20. That's a great move. Now you're out of it. I mean, understand, it's a strong stock. These are strong stocks, but there's usually sometimes areas where you can, grab a quick short on and get a decent percentage move. Wow, this SPCH. So remember, guys, you're going to be watching this, both of especially the other one, the short opportunity. I mean, maybe this goes to 500. Not this, but maybe the stock goes to 500. I don't know. It's at 185 now, 186 now. So again, here's how you could have bought this one and got double the move. So what do I mean by that? So SpaceX is up 15.8%, okay, right now, the stock itself. If this two-timer had been trading on Friday, you would have seen this up 30%, double the move. That's what tomorrow, for both the short side and the long side, this one will have a percent, but it had no reference because it wasn't trading on Friday. And just to completely show you the relationship. Okay, so again, this is the short version of where if the stock itself, the stock SpaceX was going down, you would buy this. You could buy this, but obviously the stock is not going down. So this is sinking and this is running. They're directly opposite of each other. You guys have been talking a little bit about CTM. Okay, CTM. What is that one doing? 69-cent stock. Wow. Okay. Well, there's your next low looking left is 66.77 or 66.7 cents approximately. So yeah, if you look at a daily chart, you would think there's support. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of support in that area. You would think. So yes, this could have a bounce in this area. I don't do these though. I mean, how many shares? I've got to take a lot of shares. Mm. Okay, RGNT just came out of its halt, and this was a halt, and it moved down, not up. The Dow's been kind of stuck at that 640 level. And look at now RGNT. So tomorrow, guys, like a hawk, I'll be watching at 9:40 this particular screen, like a hawk. So if you have, don't get upset if I can't answer. If I'm in the middle of answering a question, then it happens to be 9:40. I'm just cutting myself off, and I have to look at it. Well, this one, this upstart really had a beautiful run at the beginning, but just what is it giving up? 34 down to 32. Okay, guys, let's see. S dot. I saw S dot here. I had a price alert, I think, set for the high of Friday. Takes that out maybe tomorrow. I mean, it's got that it's got that look. Hit 40 on Thursday. Low float, low float. Okay, finding time to open a window. We're getting some heat now in Vancouver. Are we trading today? I don't know, but I have traded, but I'm not trading right now. I'm just about getting set to pack it in. Well, Poe, I know you love these, and you know what? It might. There's a little buy flag there. Yeah, that's the one I did trade. Yeah, it was very early, very early. Got fairly fortunate that it had the big, huge pop immediately, and then, but this was not something to hold. But you know, Poe, this is yeah. I mean, this is interesting. This is interesting. A little buy flag there. Definitely a transition now. Okay, definitely a little transition. The next high looking left is 218. That might be, maybe a bit of a well, when I say a target, that might be the area that it may stall at 218. If it takes that out, though. Meanwhile, wow, Regent just made or just hit 15. 211, but pulled back in a big way. How much volume is in that SpaceX? 175 million shares have traded for a $186 stock. Yeah. I'm looking to join Poe in this one. I like the way it's holding over 205, 206 is the bid ask. The VWAP is far enough away, 243. Not saying to do the same thing, but Poe has a little knack at getting these little ones that have a little run. So yeah, you asked about it here. I think right around, well, here it looked like it was just chopping around, but yeah, but it's holding. There's no yeah, but I mean, it's interesting that it got down below 2 and now it's at 2, a little over 2. You know, the good thing, I mean, when we were looking at it before, that was still all orange, 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 orange. The trend was still kind of weak. Not super weak because it was starting to flatten out, but at least now you've got some blue here. The trend has changed a little bit, and with a little buy flag. See if I can prop it up a little bit by putting a price alert up in this area. Yeah, shoot, you know, I just wish that, I mean, the AKTS is turning out to be very nice, but the spread just kept me out of it. I mean, the spread is not still, I mean, I'm not going to beat myself up because when you look at a spread like this, 2054, 2075, a 20-cent spread, can't commit to it. I can't anyway. Now, you know, if it drops another dollar or two, that spread wouldn't have mattered, but we don't know that's what's going to happen. I agree. It needs to hold. And Paul, yeah, you're talking about the GLXG. Yeah, it's got to, my opinion, it's got to hold too. Teasing us 22201, 2201 on the bid ask. Touching the top of the wave right here. Let's see if the top of the wave can act as a bit of a support. Doesn't look good, Poe. Oh, wait a minute. 201, 202. A glimmer of hope. Back to 220. That's all I'm looking at, guys. Just look at the time and sales, interactive brokers, how fast it's trading, the bid ask. All right, guys, it's 2:04. I don't see any other questions, so I can now concentrate 100% on my little trade here, if it works or not. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. Sorry it was late to get in. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be back to normal. Okay. So have a great evening, everybody. And remember, the main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi will do that. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me, but I'll get on the mic hopefully between 9 and 9:15 tomorrow Eastern Time for both of the rooms. So again, I'm going to end the stream in YouTube.